Ladies and gentlemen, Gah! I literally just hit record. Thank you, Ginga Man Prime. Always appreciate your support. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, please let me know. Up to 3 things, remember. So, before we get any further, this is one of 3 blocks that are a consequence of the I lost the funding numbers problem. So I'm not 100% who donated how much towards what. So I don't know majority shareholders. I don't know who put this game on the list. I don't know how long it was on the list, anything like that. But I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to Jaron Dauphine, Korgoth, Russ, Trafin, Spartan, Pesnator, Deathrite Shaman, Metroid Hanar, which, by the way, I want to see that, Nyx Katoon, Bragwin, Shadow Machine, Shishki, Azdamine, Maz. I begin with the end in mind. Mega Man. Thanks, buddy. Monobrent, Darkened Avenger, Tom Barber, Shikor, Talia Zed, Eclectic Oak, Ramgosh, Walker, Jaded Font, Cycloud, Captain Vice, Zoizite, Dark Leviathan, Jordan T. Hurt, Darth Trinius, F.N. Craig, King Man Prime, Jesse's Mask, Sean 73, and of course Untai RL, which I'm probably saying triple. Thank you, all of you, for very much your support. Keeping the lights on. Thank you. Remember, you can pick 3 things, and all 3 things get the full donation, Gigaman Prime. But I'll put one of those towards DBZ Kakarot. So, Metroid. Metroid is a very near and dear game to me, new franchise to me. It's probably because, in addition to it being, really, really good, it also, I mean, name bad Metroid games. There's what, 3, maybe, but it also manages to do something that I'm sure a lot of you can relate to. Somewhat recently, I had a whole discussion about how I'm a freak who is strange because I tend to value the quality of a work more than the uniqueness, or more than the experience, or more than the importance, or more than the significance of it. And that's there's no dig there, right? Like as we discussed, that's not a dig. I'm the weirdo there. But the Metroid games are good, and then they give me something unique. They manage to be what we like to call dread. No pun is intended, because horror is its own thing, right? And I don't like horror. I can't stand horror. But dread I love. I love dread in a story, whether it's the Borg showing up in Best of Both Worlds, or whether it's seeing an empty plateau of drained oceans in Half-Life 2. And Metroid is really good at that. It's a little more atmospheric, a little bit more implied, and a little bit more thinking, instead of just, gross and gore and awful, right? Which is more horror's category. So it managed dread without tipping over the line. That's awesome. And on top of that, it really scratched an itch for me of what the Metroidvania is, the idea of being able to navigate and decide and route. I love routing in games. Subnautica is a great example of a game with a lot of dread. I love routing in games, whether it's an RPG or a Zelda or a Metroidvania. Lovely stuff, great stuff. So yeah, I've been there since Metroid 1. And of course I have. I remember the first time I ever played Metroid 1 ever was it was this old video game store, and they had like 8 TVs. Yeah, that's another good example, Roman Cure. 8 TVs just kind of stacked up here, and each one had its own NES hooked up to it, and you could just grab one and be like, okay, I'm going to play, that game up there, and one of them was playing Metroid. Now, I didn't know this at the time. Bear with me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn on the music. Bear with me here. But Samus is a girl, okay? Now, we'll talk more about the significance of that when it comes to discussing Metroid 1, which we are not covering right now. But I bring that up because there was a cheat, the Justin Bailey cheat, password rather, which enabled you to start the game in Samus mode, just in the Zero Suit, right? And, woo. But I bring that up because that some kid had started that up, and that's the mode it was in. So I started playing Metroid 1 for the very first time as a woman. So it was never a thing for me. It wasn't until literal decades later that I actually was doing some research on the series and found out the significance of exactly what an impact that was and how much of a splash that made in the gaming space. Now, one moment, I need to write down Gingaman's other things towards Deus Ex Human Revolution and Mortal Kombat Deception. You got it. So, that was my first exposure to Metroid. I've been there ever since. Yoshio Sakamoto is a name that gets a lot of credit when it comes to the Metroids, which is interesting because he was barely involved in the first game and wasn't involved in the second game, but he's usually credited as the creator of Metroid. Now, there's a reason for that, which we'll get to in a second. But he was there at Metroid 1.
Is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
So, he was there, and he was the artist, digital artist. So, a lot of the visual designs of Metroid 1 can be tied back to him. Even then, he has spoken many times that he was specifically inspired by Alien and Aliens, which at that point was a lot more recent in public consciousness, as Aliens made a hell of a splash, even so far as to reach out to Japan. And if that doesn't sound significant, remember that films from the States, from Hollywood, reaching Japan in the 70s and 80s was not the same way it is now. Films would get over there, but not every film would get over there, you know what I mean? The point I'm bringing up is Aliens was big enough to actually reach out and hit an international market. Cool. So he was inspired by it, and he was like, yes. Then he went off to do other things. In 1986, Metroid was designed to be two big things. It was supposed to be non-linear, which was completely against what Nintendo had really done up to that point in time, and it was supposed to be vertical. Now, that's interesting because you're probably thinking, and if you're thinking that, congratulations, you're making me feel old. Back in the day, verticality was considered a really big deal in game design. On the old arcades, on the old chipsets, and on the NES, scrolling straight up and down was a little different, and no, I don't, Loner, than scrolling left to right, because the NES just more naturally scrolled on the X-axis than the Y, for reasons I'm not going to get into right now. So having a game that was vertical by itself was like, oh, and yeah, we actually already talked about this when we were covering Super Mario Bros. 2, both times we've covered it. It's funny you bring up Kid Icarus. Not everyone knows that the exact same team that made Metroid 1 also made Kid Icarus. Why Metroid was the one that took off and became its own franchise as opposed to Kid Icarus, I can only guess at. But either way, Kid Icarus was vertical but linear. Metroid was vertical but non-linear. That was the big variance between the two. No, it makes sense, right, Blade Javal? Exactly, Lunarith. You can scroll up. Anyways, so that was its big deal. The thing is, though, Metroid 1 didn't have much of a story. Almost all of it was completely confined to the pamphlet. Now, that was pretty normal back then, but at the same time, that was something that Sakamoto specifically has mentioned several times as regretting. Remember that. Now, hang on. Lore, you're talking about Metroid 1. You're covering Metroid Other M. What's up with you? Other M is the fulcrum of the series. It is the access point in between all the rest of the Metroid games. And I mean this with sincerity. The story of Other M is, in many ways, the story of the Metroid franchise. Also, it's probably the worst. And I like to start with the worst. But for real, the behind-the-scenes of Metroid Other M is kind of wild. And I wanted to cover this first because the only way to cover Other M's behind-the-scenes is to cover the behind-the-scenes of the entire franchise, which you'll notice is what I'm doing right now. 1991. There's this newfangled thing. It's called the Game Boy. Now, Metroid was an early pick for the Game Boy. It was felt like it would be a perfect match for the early Game Boy games. I don't want to throw too much shade at the Game Boy because there's only so much you can do. Back in the day, we used to call it the 4-bit system. But they were able to do several specific things with it, including what I don't want to refer to as cutscenes, but they were able to do little cutscenes in Metroid 2. There's at least two that come to mind immediately. Now, I'm not going to spoil either of those. We'll discuss those when they get there. But the mere fact that they were able to actually do cutscenes in a Game Boy game was significant. And it caught Sakamoto's eye. He was like, huh. He was so inspired by that, in fact. By the way, near as I can tell, Sakamoto had absolutely nothing to do with Metroid 2. But he was so inspired by that, as he was working on his other titles, he was like, I kind of want to push that a little bit. Fast forward 3 years. The SNES is out. And there's this game that came out that's one of the best games ever made. It's called Super Metroid. Super Metroid is something we'll talk about in much more length when we get there. But you have to understand, Super Metroid absolutely just shoved the boundaries of what the SNES could do so hard. It's kind of crazy to think that Super Metroid was able to do what it was able to do on the SNES. So, a couple of things of significance. First of all, Sakamoto was brought in to direct Super Metroid. Now, that wasn't actually his first directorial career. By the way, forgive me for keep looking down. I've got 3 pages of notes for this. It wasn't his first directorial career. He directed a game called X, which you've probably never heard of, and Balloon Kid, which I hope you've never heard of. Remember that. That's going to come up later. But then he was handed the reins of this, Super Metroid. Okay, cool. He lunged at it. Took several of the ideas from Metroid 2 and its increased nonlinearity from 1, as well as that story thing. He wanted more of a story emphasis. The title screen, the music ambience, the sound effects, building like a bit of a vibe for different areas. The actual, honest-to-God cutscenes that happen periodically. Very little text. But there's a lot of moments in Super Metroid, and all of that was because Sakamoto was absolutely shoving to get more story into the Metroid series. It's a good time to pause and mention that Metroid is kind of unique amongst the big Nintendo IPs, because it's one of the only ones that has a fairly consistent, cohesive continuity. Metroid 1, going forward to Metroid Dread, is pretty much a linear line. There are a couple of divergence for little things like Hunters, which doesn't really have anything to do with anything, and Prime is kind of off in its own bubble, but for the most part, Metroid is this. And you'd think, well, yeah, isn't that how it's supposed to be? It's not how it is. Zelda wishes it had the level of continuity that Metroid does, and Mario doesn't even touch on that. We are not covering the Primes in this block, because we're still kind of playing chicken with Prime 4, which, at this point I'm willing to bet money, will come out next year. So, the reason I bring up that continuity thing is Super did something that was actually considered wild for the time. In the intro, it directly referenced and showed footage of Metroid 1 and Metroid 2, recreated in Super Metroid's engine. This was shocking at the time, and it immediately got a lot of people more invested in the title than they otherwise would be. For some players, they never played Metroid 1 or 2, and went back to pick up Metroid 1 and 2 to play after Super. I bet that was a shock. Either way, lots more focus on moments, story, but Sakamoto, he really wanted to do some more story stuff. Meanwhile, there's a whole side story that I'm not actually going to bore you with because, as I just mentioned, we're not covering the Primes in this particular run. And the Primes, that's a wild story. There's these weirdos over at a company called Retro, and an asshole who was also a scam artist who got kicked out of Retro, and they were doing their own thing and just kind of making something. He pieced off, may he rot forever, and Retro kept working on their weird, wild idea. They wanted to do something on that newfangled GameCube, and they wanted to do something first person. They wanted a first person Metroid. Doesn't that sound cool? Everybody mocked it. Everybody hated it. Everyone was like, this is not going to work at all. Anyways, in 2002, almost a decade, 8 years after Super, came out Fusion. Now, Fusion came out in a very unique part of gaming history, what I usually mentally refer to as the GBA era. The GBA era, time moved forward, tech moved forward, a lot more people, the gaming space in general had already had its major 2 explosions back in the 90s at this point. the ability to actually include regular cutscenes in a game was not just something that was technically possible, but it was something that was considered more normal. Remember, RPGs had a boom thanks to the PlayStation 1 and the PC with the CRPG market. So as a consequence of those two, there was a much more perceived, I don't know how true this is, but a much more perceived acceptance of story taking a focus when it comes to a game. So actually having a story-focused game was cool now. You don't have to just be gameplay-focused. Okay. So Sakamoto, who, if you've been paying attention, has always wanted more story in his Metroids, wanted to go ahead and try and push. That would make sense, Gingaman, since Lord knows the man always tries wild stuff, which usually doesn't work. Occasionally. So, Fusion was designed to be much more story-focused and much more linear to accommodate that fact. It also plays very, very differently from Super, as anyone who's ever played Fusion and Super back-to-back can attest to. The reason for that is because Fusion is actually built on the engines of Wario Land 4. This is a good time to mention, you remember I mentioned that little, the balloon game that Sakamoto was the director of? So he, over at Production Team 1, and his team were always involved with the Wario series, which eventually developed into the WarioWare series. And that was just kind of their bag, their particular pet project that they would keep developing. Occasionally they'd come back to do a Metroid game, but that was their day job. So I just mentioned it because if you pay attention, there's a lot of little bleed out points where Wario games kind of drift into the Metroid series. Anyways. So, thing is, Fusion came out, probably a good game. I don't know, we'll see. We're not there yet. But the important part is, while Fusion was a mainline game, and pretty solid of a game regardless, it was absolutely destroyed by Prime, which came out the same year. Prime 1 just crushed it like a bug. And there was a general consensus, false of course, that Prime was the main Metroid and Fusion was the Gaiden game. This is an attitude that has prevailed for years and almost always has to do with whether or not a game is on a real system or on a handheld. See Kingdom Hearts for another perfect example of this. But I mentioned something else. The GBA era, well, a lot of people who were developing in the GBA era, they were mostly developers who had either grown up on the NES era or were developing in the NES era. Time and technology had moved forward, and a lot of them would look back at the stuff they made back in the day and say, that sucks. Like, that's crap. We could do better. And so the GBA era was probably one of the first really big eras to include the concept of remasters and remakes. There's plenty of examples of this, and I've actually already covered quite a few. The Pokemons, the Final Fantasies, the Marios, and of course, the Metroid. Sakamoto himself really wanted to go back and do his version of Metroid 1 now that he had the team and the expertise, and both Super and Fusion under his belt. So in 2004, 10th anniversary of Super, he comes out with Metroid Zero Mission, a complete remake, possibly a proper remake, we'll see when we get there, of Metroid 1. Now, as I already mentioned, this was also kind of considered a Gaiden game for the same reason as before. It also is worth noting that the game certainly sold well, but its sales were absolutely hampered by the fact that it was on the GBA just a few months before the DS came out. Now, I should pause a moment to talk about sales figures. The Metroid series has never actually sold badly, but it's always sold niche. Zelda and Mario move units in a way that, and later Animal Crossing, move units in a way that very few other franchises do under Nintendo's IPs. Metroid certainly sells well, but it just never made the kind of splash that they did. It was expected several times that it would, but because of all these just related problems that keep stumbling into it, it never managed that. And one of those big problems is, of course, the DS. Now, there is a Metroid game on the DS. We're not covering it, and I think that says all that needs to be said about that. Hunters is its own thing. It truly is a Gaiden game, and it didn't really get much from the DS bump that it probably should have. So Metroid never got to experience the DS bump like so many other IPs did. So that sucks. By contrast, Pokemon, which was already doing extremely well, absolutely started being way better when it came to the DS because of the DS bump. Really quick, if you happen to not know what the DS bump is, the DS is to this day one of, I believe it's currently the third best-selling console ever. Still. Anyways, moving on. So, this time moves forward a little bit here. Retro moved on to something called Donkey Kong Country Returns. Great game, by the way. And Metroid took a little bit of a hiatus. Nintendo was also really pushing a couple of other directions. They really wanted to dive into the 3D space. Dakota just mentioned how this affected the DS, but also the GameCube and the Wii were very big on the 3D thing. Whether this is the right move or not is certainly debatable, but it's arguable that this was the era of 3D right after the Brown era of gaming. So the Brown era of gaming brought 3D into like more modern look, but made it look like crap. Almost immediately after this is what actually a lot of game historians call the Magenta era, where it just became a lot more colorful and yay, woo. And into this era, we hit 2010. Very appropriate music for this. One moment, please. Yeah, Retro's only made like 5 games, excuse me, but they're all bangers. 2010, Metroid Other M, a game that was so expensive and so large of a production. It was actually 3 separate companies that made it. Nintendo Production Group 1, which was Sakamoto's group, D-Rockets, which primarily handled the CGI cutscenes and stuff, and Team Ninja, which did most of the ground core gameplay coding and programming. Now, as I already mentioned, Production Group 1 was mostly known for their WarioWare stuff, and Sakamoto had been director of that group for a while. Team Ninja, we'll get more to them in a minute, but they were considered perfect for the thing because, first of all, they were all Metroid fans, and second of all, they had just started pushing out some of the new Ninja Gaiden games on the Xbox and whatnot. And those 3D Ninja Gaidens were considered really good action games, and action focus was always something that Sakamoto emphasized in addition to the story thing. But here's the thing. The reason I keep emphasizing the story axis, this entire tale I've been telling you, is that Sakamoto had this burning desire from the very beginning. He's talked about this in multiple different interviews, and I've seen tons of quotes from him, that all say that he always wanted to add a strong narrative core to the Metroids, and he had been pushing for it for about 16 years. With the advantage of hindsight, I would agree that the Metroids have always had a strong narrative core. And that's the problem, but I'll get more to that in just a second. So he wanted to develop Samus as a character, fully explore the setting more, most notably the Federation, which was primarily introduced in Fusion, and he wanted add more characters to humanize things, brings things down to level. He also especially wanted to go back to the character of Adam, who was a character introduced back in Fusion. Sakamoto has said multiple times, repeatedly, over and over, that he feels that Metroid Other M is the best story in the franchise, and that he wouldn't change a thing about it. He has said many times he is legitimately proud of this game. This is important. When discussing games that are like this, with this kind of a reputation, there's usually a blame figure. I'm guilty of this just as everybody else is. And I just told you, Travis. And a lot of us, we have this thing. I did this just a couple months ago, or however long ago it was at this point, where we learned that there was a fact with regards to a game. And it's like, that's the reason. That's the excuse for why it's crap. And sometimes it's executives sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong. Sometimes it's limited development time or limited budget. Or maybe they're trying to do something on new hardware. They've never dealt with it before. Or you know what? It's those Team Ninja people. I said I'd talk about it. Because Team Ninja, well, they had a bit of a bad rap at the time because of their predilection for portraying mammary glands in a prominent manner. If you remember, I just talked about this with Starfield. How a whole lot of people, myself included, look at Starfield and said, lack of central document. When in fact, by all accounts, they actually did have a central document. They just suck at developers. So that's not like the smoking gun we all thought it was. So nowadays it's more of a meme than a fact, but you get my point, right? We point at, aha, it's that. But no, the thing is, I've researched this game quite a bit. And Metroid Other M had plenty of development time. It wasn't rushed. It had a good budget. It had talented people working together. There was no issues, no problems with production. Every piston fired perfectly. Metroid Other M was a very smooth, untroubled production, and the game that came out was exactly the game they were designing. A little bit of conjecture while I'm here. There are multiple quotes from Sakamoto himself and Yosuke Hayashi, he's from Team Ninja, talking about, when they're talking about the construction of this game, they talk about Super, they talk about Fusion, and they talk about connecting Super and Fusion. And I mention that because the conjecture is, at this point, the Primes had kind of crushed Metroid, right? I mean, the Primes were blockbusters, and there's a reason they were willing to do everything they've been doing with Prime 4. And I get the very strong impression they really, really wanted to put their stamp on things, to be like, here's what the traditional classic Metroid team can do and show that they've got their Metroid. By golly, that's what they did. I should mention really quick now, Other M was expected to sell pretty well. It was expected to sell very well. It was expected to be the Metroid that would push Metroid out of niche territory, just like the Primes had. Something that Dread would eventually accomplish later. If it's not obvious by the way I'm phrasing this, Metroid Other M did not sell super well. It sold okay in Japan, which is sad, because Metroid usually sells much better in Japan, and it sold abysmally everywhere else. Yeah. We'll talk about Dread later. We'll get to that. But for now, let's zoom in on Metroid Other M, because I got like one more page of details. Just a couple little things here in no particular order. First of all, let's zoom in a little bit on the Samus thing. So we know that Sakamoto really wanted to appeal to more Japanese audiences by making Samus more cute, kind, gentle, nice, that particular archetype. That was not well received, even in Japan, which was his target audience for that movement. So that was an idea. Samus herself also had a couple of other problems. So I should mention really quick, a lot of people spit venom at her actress. Her actress is fine, Jessica Martin. She's done plenty of things. She usually does more live action-y stuff, not voice acty stuff. She was in Oppenheimer as the librarian. So she's still acting is what I'm trying to say. But she's a good actress. But for reasons that I've never been able to figure out an answer for, Sakamoto insisted on being the voice director in English, a language he was not particularly strong in being able to speak. Now, the significance of those 2 points should therefore be obvious. An inordinate quantity of the problems with Other M can be laid at the localization, both in the voice acting and in the actual dialogue itself. There's elements of the story that are completely different in Japanese. We'll talk about a couple of those as we go. And the presentation is absolutely awful. It's probably, if I'm being objective about this for a second and removing my own personal biases about it, it's probably the actual worst element of Other M. Her voice acting, or rather her voice direction, is bad. Straight up bad. So I want to zoom in on Samus. Yay, cool. Now I'm fully in favor of fleshing out. Hey, I agree with that, J.R.R. Thompson. I myself wrote a character named Joanna in the Diablo rewrite who is cute, nice, kind, and competent, strong, and efficient all at the same time. I was rather proud of how that turned out. Let's zoom in on the Samus thing. So fleshing out a story. I like fleshing out little details of a setting. Insert Star Wars joke here. But the problem is, a lot of people have this weird perspective where they think that story is a single thing. If you don't understand what I mean by that, some people think that there's just story, and you just staple story to a game and you're good, right? What most people don't understand is there's hundreds and hundreds of types of stories. There's hundreds of different ways of telling story. You ever wonder why we have so many different categories on the story axis for judging a story? It's because there's a lot of different vehicles for telling the story, and that can change the nature of the core story itself. And so, storytelling styles, Metroid has always had story, at the very least since Metroid 2, at the bare minimum. And Metroid has always had a decent story focus and decent storytelling. But all of it was, I hate this word, diegetic. All of it was just there, going through the game and being presented as you were going through it. The briefings from Adam as you're going through Fusion, the moments or the background elements of Super, even the moments I don't want to actually spoil because they are spoilers in Metroid 2. Each of these things, hell, Prime did this, Prime understood this, if I can be bold. Prime understood, even though they added text to the game, the nature of how the story should be told in a Metroid game. But in Other M, he just grafted story onto the game. There's just cutscenes. Lots, hours, and hours of cutscenes. Part of the reason this game was so expensive, and they had to bring in that third studio I mentioned earlier, which I already forgot the name of, was because they needed to do those cutscenes, and there's so many of them. The game just stops as they sit and they talk. D-Rockets, thank you. They also make a huge mistake because these cutscenes have tons and tons of narration. Now, narration can work, but if we're being honest with ourselves, generally speaking, narration is something you should avoid when it comes to storytelling, especially as your primary vehicle of storytelling, because the overwhelming majority of the cutscenes are Samus narrating. And when I say narrating, I mean narrating her thoughts, narrating her feelings, narrating what she's thinking. I feel this way. I think this way. It is one of the most insane examples of telling, not showing, I have ever seen. It's crazy. And there's tons of it. Tons and tons and tons of it. Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention that when we got there. It does. It rivals the 80s Dune movie in how much of it is just her saying what she's thinking. Keep in mind, all of those things are the kind of things that other Metroid games have conveyed without actually having to have her say a single line of dialogue. And to cheat a little bit here, Dread managed all of this without a word of dialogue. I mean, obviously Dread had dialogue. My point is, Samus was well characterized in Dread through animation, through movement, through actions. Again, you can't just take story and graft it onto a game. And I keep doing this because I've got this Mega Man blanket up here, which is awesome, by the way. I love this thing so much. If you were to just take a story and graft it onto Mega Man in the same manner, it wouldn't work. Not for a game like this, not for a style like this. You don't want to stop and just have them start discussing things. It needs to be kind of flown through the game. There needs to be gameplay in the story, and some of that story needs to be presented as part of the game. That's the style of it, right? Instead, Samus is just woodenly, boringly, badly telling us how she feels and thinks. Constantly. Or, if I could borrow a joke from Adam's stern expression, constant swearing, and repeated kicks to my face and stomach, I had a feeling he was upset about something. Actually, yeah, Wall-E is... For those of you who've seen Wall-E, Wall-E is an excellent example of how to characterize without a single line of dialogue. Hang on. I'm not actually done yet. We're almost done. I only got like 2 more paragraphs here, I swear. This is a good time as any to mention that this is almost assuredly an issue with localization, but one of the problems that in English, Samus is desperate, and I do mean desperate, for approval from her daddy figure, which is Adam. That's not in the Japanese version. And that's important because there's no nice way to put this. In the English version, Samus is in a toxic relationship with Adam. Not a romantic relationship, just a toxic relationship. And that's awful. And the way it's presented is almost textbook. To the point where I cannot freaking believe that it was on accident, but by all accounts it was. So, cool. How many of you have played a Wii game? On a Wii. I have to clarify that. No, Spartan. No, 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 no. We cannot. Those you don't know. It's a Wiimote, right? This is not a Wiimote. Just theater of the mind. Now, what's your favorite way of playing a Wii game? I'll go and answer mine like this. Usually with the other one over here, right? So there's the nunchuck, and here's the thing. Cool, right? Sakamoto had this mandate, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, that he wanted the controls to feel as simple as possible. He wanted as many players as possible to be able to play Other M. And so he thought, all those buttons and all the... I mean, look at this. There's, what, like 17 buttons on this thing? Nobody can play that. Why don't we go ahead and make it so it can be played like the NES, like I played games back in the day. Direct quote. Team Ninja gets a lot of flack for this, but Team Ninja went out of their way repeatedly to try and change his mind on this fact, and they never did. So the only way to play Other M is with the joystick on its side like this, which, if you're not familiar with it, has two buttons. There's the D-pad, and then there's A and B, just like a NES controller. It's also really awkward and uncomfortable to play like this. It does not sit smoothly and firmly in the hand, and you see these jagged edges? These aren't fun for long periods of time. Oh, don't worry, it's actually better than that, because then you actually, you had to do this in order to shoot missiles. Now, I'll talk about this more later when I'm actually showing it, but this was a brilliant idea. I want you to imagine what it's like to be playing a game and then have to do this. Please, if you have something, physically do this with me, so you can understand. You're in the middle of a tense fight. Okay, I've got the boss's opening. Okay, now I have to do this, and aim, and charge shot. Charge shot. Okay, oh, I gotta dodge. Okay, back to shooting. Please imagine that for a second. There's a reason I quit this game before actually beating it. Yeah, it's the worst thing. It completely interrupts the gameplay in the worst way by not just interrupting the actual gameplay, but by interrupting your gameplay, but not actually interrupting the gameplay. The game doesn't freeze or pause when that happens, but you can't move, although you can, asterisk, while you're doing that. So that's awful. There's one last thing that I feel like this game did wrong, but I think I'll hold on to that. The best thing I want to talk about really quick is that this game bombed. It did not sell super well, even in Japan, and it was such a slap in the face. And with how much money they invested into it, and how much the development team all stood by it, and how much everyone, like, it was a train wreck. And so the Metroid series was effectively put on hold for how long it is actually depends on how you debate it, because in 2017 the next actual Metroid game came out, which we'll get there when we get there, but for all intents and purposes the Metroid series was put on a fairly substantial hiatus, and for a long time Metroid fans thought Other M had actually killed the franchise. So, all that out of the way. Yeah, then Federation Force. We're not playing that either, by the way. Well, we're not playing Federation Force because it's actually kind of impossible to. I'm dead serious. Federation Force is functionally not completable solo. Now, it's positive PFR, it is positive to actually beat other or not other to beat Federation Force solo. It's not really feasible, and it's definitely not reasonable. So, seriously, one moment, please. There we go. Let's get this train wreck a-rolling, shall we? Ginga Man obviously has not seen the upcoming queue. It's 4-player co-op, Luke. Designed, built, and balanced around having 4 players. Yep, this is what I think of when I think of Metroid.
Why am I still alive?
Way to ruin one of the best scenes in Super while we're on it.
The baby.
Could you imagine this scene being playable? My goodness. Could you imagine playing this game? You know, there's a reason we call it a hyper beam moment.
Mother. Time to go.
Enjoy that. It's probably the best part of the game, story-wise. It is also a lot of... God. It's a lot of flash without a lot of substance. Which is what they wanted, of course.
Samus. Everything's normal.
I awoke to the familiar voice of a quarantine officer.
Let's try sitting up, huh? Slowly now.
A dream. I had been reliving the tragic moments of my recent past. Thanks to the hyper beam, which was given to me somehow by the baby, I laid Mother Brain to waste. And the explosion that followed destroyed planet Zebes, along with the remains of Mother Brain, the space pirates, and my long-standing nemesis, Ridley, and the baby.
Come on, Samus. Let's go next door.
I should also mention Metroid Prime 3 managed these kinds of scenes substantially better. Samus interacts with the Federation Force on a ship and interacts with NPCs regularly in that game. And it's fine. Prime 3's cutscenes are also in-game and not, you know, playing a movie file.
Ready for a quick test, Samus? Let's start with a little warm-up. Try a charge beam for me. Sharp-looking charge beam, just the way I like it. Okay, morph ball next. Stop wasting time, will ya?
There we go. Sorry.
Go ahead and drop some bombs. Okay, get out of morph ball mode and return to normal. Perfect, Samus. All right, stand in the middle of the room.
I will admit, and I will admit this, I'm not super annoyed by cutscenes being movie files. I'm not really. But at the same time, I will pretty much always prefer cutscenes being, in the game or presented in the game or something like that, with a couple of asterisks, right? Assuming the same general level of quality. Now, I said there's some asterisks because that depends on the game style, but, like, it's Metroid. Like, at least when, I'll use a direct example, Final Fantasy uses an FMV, they tend to be good, at least until 13. Even when they do the mandatory drug sequence. Also, I hate to just point this out, but I have been... Oh yeah, Blizzard's another good example. I have been very, 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 very harsh and praising of in-game tutorialization for a very long time. Pretty much ever since I realized how good Mario Brothers 1's tutorialization was, which is a long time ago. So I tend to look for that sort of thing in game design a lot. And so I tend to be a little harsh about tutorials. So, for example, Super Metroid, just pull that one out as random. What do you do? What's the first thing you do? Well, you have this giant open area, which has, it pretty much mandates you figure out how to go left or right. First thing. I'll talk more about the specifics, but just Super Metroid, the station, movement, jumping, maneuvering, shooting, all of that stuff is designed, the entire level is designed to get you to figure out how to move. And virtually every early power-up you get is designed in a way that the only way to leave the room you just got the power-up in is with the power-up you just got. Super arguably invented that concept, which a lot of games have used since then, including one we just played, The Messenger. This is not how you do tutorialization, to be as absolutely blunt as I can about it. There are some... It does, you're right, Jovan. There are some games where it's acceptable to have the game just be like, all right, hold up. Let me explain this spreadsheet of a menu interface to you, because there's some games that are just too complex to be tutorialized naturally, right? And that makes sense, and I'm a lot more lenient about games like that. And then there's games that, aren't that. Like a Metroid. Sorry. So, just wanted to rant really quick. So yeah, we're already thinking voice direction. Let's go with meaningless narration. What do we call meaningless narration? Let's call that... Oh, it super is. Empty text. Empty text feels right. Because she, like earlier, I noticed it. It's such a small thing. But, like, she's laying there, and a guy shows up and says, hey, how are you doing? And then she says, the guy asked me how I was doing. And it's like, I can't even joke about that. I can't even joke about that. Dear diary storytelling. I'm going to write that down. We're like 2 minutes into this game. No, narration can be done well. Oh, that's true. She said, I woke up with a guy talking to me. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Put a question mark here. Yeah, you did. Sorry, Justin. You caught me at a point where I basically couldn't pause the game because, because we're playing this on an extremely legal copy. Actually, I do own this game, obviously. So I, duh. But yeah, I'm not playing this on a Wii. That's insanity. Where was it? Justin T 1977, and that was me saying thank you. First of all, thank you, Justin. So put that towards STO, Star Trek, Resurgence, Resident Evil Lock. You got it. Thank you again. Hey, DeQuack. The color does seem a little weird. If there's a filter, I don't know about it. Alright, hang on. Back to the game. Back to the game. Very, very legal. Very legal. So legal. So legal. Oh, right. So... okay, so what just happened... I gotta explain this. What just happened was I was faced with a third-person shooter, over-the-shoulder shooter, and automatically my thumb, without thinking about it, drifted to the left analog to move around. Naturally, that did absolutely nothing, because remember, we're playing on a sideways Wii controller, aka a NES controller, so this is all we've got. Oh my god, look at the controls. Look at the controls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, considering Sakamoto did the voice direction himself, that would make sense. Blade Jamal. This is a good time as I need to mention that I can't shoot or jump or do anything whatsoever. I'm actually going to give a separate negative for that. I'm sorry, but for years upon years, I have always hated games that grab control away from the player and force you to actually do only what the tutorialization tells you to do and nothing else. Hate that crap. And yeah, that's not the last time this game's going to do that. Come on. There we go.
Surprised?
No.
From there, kick climb to work your way up.
Yeah, thanks. I've played video games before.
Just like that, Samus. Let's invite some of your pals.
I cannot put into words how loose and imprecise this controls. I need you to understand this. In a Metroid game, a game all about precision. Do you know that when I get a new controller, I fire up Super Metroid to test how precise that controller is? Good
Okay,
night, Lunar
looking
Earth.
good. Let's check your reaction time.
It's so floaty.
Some beams. Dodge 'em. Okay, those are the moves I remember.
I can. So, I'm sorry, I need to make this very clear. I can dodge attacks by moving. The way I dodge attacks is I hit the move button while moving. As in, I don't change my inputs. I just hold right and then I dodge automatically because I'm holding right. I thought I bound that to something. Do I have to...
Forgotten, have you?
shut up for a sec.
Use concentration to replenish your missile supply.
There we go. No, that should do it. Yeah, of course, Crazy Norse. Yeah, that's exactly how older games used to be.
You haven't forgotten, have you?
Shut up.
Use concentration to replenish your missile supply.
That should be working. Why isn't this working? Hang on. Why isn't this working?
You haven't forgotten, have you?
Why isn't this working?
Use concentration to replenish your missile
Okay,
supply.
hold up. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. By the way, concentration is probably going to get a negative, as weird as that sounds.
Use concentration to replenish your missile supply.
How's that? This, maybe? There we go. And now hold A, which is one of these buttons. This one, I think.
You haven't forgotten, have you?
There.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
Hang on. Hang on. God, I hate Wii games so much. I know I'd have some issues with this, but I thought I actually solved them off camera.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
Yeah, no, it should be this. Why isn't it? Hang on, hang on, hang on. Why is it doing that? Something's wrong. Oh, I think I know what's going wrong. I think I know what's going wrong. Yeah, let's clear this.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here.
Shut up.
Find him for me, huh?
All right. Sorry. Give me 1 second, okay? Just give me a second. Give me a second.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
You're gonna be hearing that for a minute, by the way. In the interest of fairness, I can't give this a negative, as much as I'd like to. This is just this control is so terrible. There, that might have fixed it.
One of your pesky buddies is
Hey, okay, there we go.
for me, huh?
Oh my god. Okay, B, which is this? No, this. This is not B. This is not the B button. Oh my god. Okay, see,
Pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere.
hang
Find him
on.
for me, huh?
Hang on. Oh my god. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm probably gonna ding, the one of your pesky buddies around here part.
Somewhere.
Okay, so hypothetically, this should work. Okay. Hey, there we go. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, where is he? Where is he?
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
Sure. There he is! J'accuse! Okay, I finally have the controls working, and... yeah.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
Dude, I swear to God. I'm hitting the right button, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the right button. Okay, yeah, I don't... Okay. Hang on. Gotta be here somewhere. This is a good time to mention that there's exploration aspects of this game.
Find him for me,
I
huh?
know what you're thinking. Of course there's exploration. It's a Metroid game. And I'm like, no, you're not listening. This is what the exploration in this game is. Occasionally the game bolts your feet to the ground, pushes you into this mode, and says, find the pixel. Now, some of these are fine, to be clear. And then there's the other ones. There's actually one in particular I'm going to point out when we get to, which is somewhat infamous, and will probably get its own individual negative. Yeah, if you play this game, you probably know the one I'm talking about.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere.
Oh my god, where is it? Where is it? Is it up? Oh, it's up. It's up. Oh my god. Okay. I'm an idiot. Hey!
Why not say hello with a missile?
What's the A button? No. What's the A button? Is this the A button? There we go. Okay. Found the A button. Yeah, this is how you shoot missiles in this game.
Looks like you ticked him off. The rest is all you. So, you plan to just sit there when something grabs you? just standing there. How about trying to get some range?
Okay, so... I believe this is going to be our longest playthrough, yes. Yeah, sorry, so...
So you plan to just sit there when something grabs you?
Why do I keep going into first-person mode? Get out of first-person mode.
Look, if you just stand there, you're gonna lose sight.
I don't know how to get out of first-person mode.
Do me a favor. Quit kidding around. What's wrong? Not feeling so hot?
Oh, okay, there.
So you
I had to manually go into the settings, reset the input. Oh my god. Game. Okay, apparently it's just gonna force me back in? That might be why I'm stuck in this mode.
just standing there. How about trying to get some range? Looks like he's had enough of your missiles. So you plan to just sit there when something grabs you?
Game, I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't think those missiles are doing much good anymore.
I legitimately do not know what you want from me, game. Does anyone know what you're supposed to do at this part?
Instead of just standing there, how about trying to get some range?
Yeah, how? No, if you notice, my health is just stuck to infinite.
Look, if you just stand there, you're gonna lose sight of your buddy.
Oh yeah, let's try to dodge
So you
input.
plan to just sit there when something grabs you?
Oh, that didn't do anything. Okay. Oh my god, I have no idea what it wants me to do. It keeps forcing me into first-person mode, and I don't know why. I'm not sure if that's a bug with the emulator or with the game being crap. And the problem is, it's kind of a dice roll here.
You plan to just sit there when something grabs you? Do me a favor. Quit kidding around.
Hang on, I have an idea. If I could have 5 seconds without being killed.
Look, if you just stand there, you're gonna lose sight of your buddy. So you plan to just sit there when something grabs you?
Okay, that didn't do anything. Neither did that.
Instead of just standing there, how about trying to get some range?
Hey,
Look, if you just stand there, you're gonna lose sight of your buddy. So you plan to just sit there when something grabs you?
sure, J. Palmer, we'll go with that.
Enough of your missiles. Samus, now's your chance. Quick, finish it.
I don't understand.
Your buddy's just flopping around. Better put him out of his misery.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Nope, that didn't do it. No. I'll explain in a moment. I don't know how to fix this. So, I think, and I'm not even 100% certain, the game is absolutely stuck, and I mean 100% stuck in first-person mode. It thinks I'm doing this. But not only have I turned that functionality off, but there's actually a button to switch between this and this, which isn't working. So we're gonna pause. Actually, yes, Blade to All. It's basically the exact same problem. Huh, It's almost like the Wii freaking sucks! God damn it! God, I hate emulating Wii games. I know what you're thinking. Just play it normally. No, that's actually worse. Give me a second. So that's going towards Hitman 3, Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Mercenaries, Playground of Destruction. Thank you very, very much, Judo Joker. Always appreciate. Much obliged, much appreciate. Do I have my original Wii? Yeah, over there, under several boxes, in a box under several boxes. Okay. Yeah, thank God I get something to recover from the messenger, right? This is why, right here, I put other M first. I mean, there's other reasons, too, but... Thought I'd solved the emulation problem. I guess that's just my arrogance, huh? Okay, let's see what Google has, shall we? Oh, I keep my consoles in plastic bags to prevent dust buildup, for obvious reasons. I mean, I hated the game so much I never beat it, Spartan. Does that count? Here, have some more Super Metroid while I figure this out. I have, Act, but that would take time I don't really have. Yeah, no, Breakfast Sampler is correct. I didn't put this game down because it's hard. I mean, come on. Quite the contrary, actually, one of the complaints I have written down that I was going to talk about later is a lot of people consider Other M to be the easiest Metroid by a wide margin. No joke. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this. Is R? We'll bind that to R, sure. Let's see what happens. Get rid of that. And, let's see if this does anything. Okay, I gotta do the reverse of that. So I figured it out.
Your buddy's just flopping around. Better put him out of his misery.
This is me holding right, and this is me holding left. Please think about that for a second. Right, left. Okay, so hang on. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it, Blade Travol?
By using a power bomb.
No power
This
bombs.
area is well fortified, so don't hold back.
Okay, so let's see if this works.
What are you doing? Unleash that thing.
Nah, I'm good.
Allow adequate room around you during power bomb. All
Okay,
right,
I think.
Samus, that's it for the test.
All right, hold on. No,
Looks like you took quite a bit of damage.
shut up.
Unbelievable how well you've held up.
I wondered if this too was a result of the power the baby gave me.
Shut up.
Right, you're due in the meeting room. The big dogs are waiting. I gave your suit a polish so you'd be at least somewhat presentable.
Oh yeah, sorry. The baby.
Not even a fragment. None of the baby remained on me. I knew it to be true, but still couldn't help looking at my palm for a sign. Never again would I encounter the baby. Never.
I just want you to know, we are 2 cutscenes in, and we've already said the word baby 6
The
times.
finality of it struck me once again.
Just think about that for a second.
Mission completed. The planet Zebes was annihilated, and all Metroids were exterminated. A simple report, almost dull even, but it felt momentous to me.
Yeah, no, it's memed on because of the first, like, hour of the
I don't know how
game.
much time passed since then. Days went by in their quiet way, and people's recollections of Metroids and space pirates grew nebulous over time, relegated to a past concern of the galactic communities. Nothing more than a faded memory. Codename Baby's Cry. A common SOS with the urgency of a baby crying. The nickname comes from the fact that the purpose of the signal is to draw attention. The signal was coming from a remote part of space. I altered the course of my ship as if this detour had already been part of my flight plan. Baby's cry. It was as though it was crying specifically for me.
Now we're up to 9. She doesn't do a lot of voice acting, but she is a good actress. Yes, Chip Homer. I mentioned that earlier. She's an Oppenheimer. Virtually nothing, Act. I never actually played it. And it never got funded. The voice direction was given by a man who barely spoke English, Sakamoto himself. And let me... I feel weird. I just talked about all this, but I know you didn't watch the beginning of the stream. I don't actually remember. He gave a specific reasoning for why he wanted her to sound relatively monotone in her voice acting during the dialogue narration. I think that was it, Noctis, yeah. Do I have to? I'm sorry, Spartan. Welcome to the club. Occasionally we get some good stuff. I mean, Dread was legit, so I can't complain. Not everyone gets a Metroid Dread, you know what I mean? Hang on a second. Thank you, Cumanization, very much. Yeah, Kiryu is how you do Stoic, by the way. So that's the Kingdom Hearts block. Sea of Stars. Relevant. And Kingdom Hearts 4. You got it. Much obliged. Much appreciated. And god damn it. What? What? Yeah. Anyways. So. Obviously all of that sucked. Yeah, it's, if I can, speaking as a voice director, one of the biggest mistakes a lot of voice actors make is when they're told to be, you know, stoic or emotionless or controlled or logical or robot-like, they come across as bland, like lacking any intonation or tempo or cadence in their terminology. So instead, they just come out as if they are talking like this. This is something that plagued Star Trek for years upon years, as someone would be brought on and say, all right, you're a Vulcan. You're emotionless. And so they would come across as if they are speaking themselves. And that's not how you do it. There's a very controlled way to speak. You have to speak in a very particular manner. You have to speak in such a manner as to invoke something, to convey something. There is no emotion in my tone as I speak, and nevertheless, you can tell that there is a cadence to it. It sounds more like natural speech, as opposed to simply emotionless, right? Elcor are different. Elcor are awesome. Okay, so. I am going to give the controls a negative. Duh. Well, there's two big things they did with Elcor. First, badassfully. And second, and much more importantly, you notice you don't listen to Elcor all that often. In terms of, like, raw percentage of dialogue in the game, the amount of dialogue that's spoken by an Elcor in Mass Effect 1 is like 1% at the high end. Maybe. It's probably even less than that. So it's peppered. It's rare. And therefore, we don't mind it as much. Now, picture for a moment if Shepard was voiced like that, or if Liara was voiced like that. It would get a lot less enjoyable if the entire game was being voiced in such a manner as this. There's one other thing, though. The Elcor actually aren't emotionless either, if you pay attention to the way that they're voiced. They are voiced as if they are tired. They also do have emotion in their tone. It's different, but it is there. Relieved statement. You should not speak that way about your comrade. Or, of course, I can't remember the specifics, but, like, the way it's presented, it's still not actually emotionless, is what I'm trying to get. It is not bland. There is tone. There is presentation. It's just a little bit less than normal. The slowness is the main thing that they shift, but I'm getting off topic. So anyways, voice direction, duh. With forced cheer. Thank you very much for retrieving my item. You know, stuff like that, right? Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking of the scene where the Elcor was chastising the Volus. Arguably the first Elcor you encounter in the game. And he actually did have emotion. He actually did present himself. But I'm getting off topic. Again. Controls, that's what I was thinking about. I'm typing down notes as to me. Please give me a moment. Whoa! I didn't even let it happen. There we go. That should do for now. Well, that's an interesting question. From memory, come on, I just fixed this. There we go. From memory, is this worse than than Metroid 1? Yes. Will that actually be true? Ask me again in a couple of days. Alright, I'm sorry, 1 second. I just need to verify that that is the B button, and I am hitting the B button. Yep, that is the B button, and I am hitting the B button. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I will be clear about this. The only Metroid game I think will challenge this for worst score is Metroid 1. And if I can be blunt, if I could just be honest for a second, that's already a problem. If Other M beats Metroid 1, cool, that's good. But the fact that it's in contention is already a difficulty. It's already something that's gone wrong. I'm going to talk about Hunters. Hunters is over there. It's over there. I also don't own Hunters. I'm not sure if I could buy it nowadays. Alright, what am I looking for? What am I looking for?
Galactic Federation. Huh?
Did you not... Did that work? Okay, that worked. Oh yeah, by the way, the game is kind of mostly 2D. Weirdly enough, which is funny because one of the biggest reasons for going to Team Ninja was that Sakamoto's team, Production Group 1, didn't know how to work with 3D. So that was his big excuse for bringing in another developer.
Ah, fancy meeting you here, princess. Remember me?
Best character in the game.
Anthony.
And I'm barely joking.
One person who calls me princess. And that person is Anthony Higgs of the Galactic Federation Army.
Haven't seen you since that last mission. Hey, and your buddy's here too.
Adam Malkovich, a general in the Galactic Federation Army. Not only a trusted confidant, but also my former superior officer.
And toxic character. Or sorry.
Yes. There was a time when I was enrolled in the Galactic Federation Army. And then I was young and inexperienced. As the result of a certain incident, I left Adam's command and set out on my path as a solitary bounty hunter.
What are you doing here?
The first words out of his mouth were typical coming from Adam. To answer his question, I recounted the details of what
God, the narration.
place, and then I asked what circumstances led the Federation here.
That information is not for an outsider.
The word he so obviously chose, outsider, pierced my heart.
You know, I don't think we've ever covered a game that just narration vomits like this. Oh, you know what? Actually, I know what to call it. Storytelling mechanic.
No dice. I think our only option is to use the laser to slowly burn our way through. This is gonna take a while.
The electrical system here is out, and we can't get the barrier wall to open. We tried using explosives, but it's tricky to pull off without collateral damage. What we need is some way to focus the power onto one centralized location.
I don't know, Takoida. I really don't.
All right. I'm gonna go on ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Adam hadn't authorized it, but I decided to remain on site for the sake of the others.
Because she desperately needs his approval. Samus has decided not to use bombs or missiles until Adam authorizes them. So let's get into that, shall we? Okay, so yeah, let's not get into that. Let's play some Raid Shadow Levins. Oh my god. Raid Shadow Unleavened Bread. Okay. So, the Metroid series is in love with this concept where you lose all your stuff at the beginning of the game, but then you get it back. Now, this is actually kind of a problem in game design. It has been for a long time. Since the 80s, quite literally. Because the idea here is if you want your games to have some kind of progression, continuity, or anything, then you have to explain, well, why don't we have all the crap we had in the previous game, right? Mega Man is a very common example of this. I actually talked about this during the Mega Man block, because Mega Man's explanation for this is they never come up with one. As weird as it may sound, of all the explanations I've seen over the years, just not explaining it might actually be one of the better options overall. It's still not what I would call a good option, but it kind of bypasses a lot of the issues, because it means every single subsequent entry you have to come up with another manually crafted, site-specific reason in order to have all of your crap go away. Dread had a decent enough reason. Prime 1 had a decent enough reason. Fusion actually had a decent enough reason. But if we're being honest, that's probably the list right there. So, oh, by the way, just to point this out, Super had no explanation whatsoever. Super just, you lost all your stuff. What is he doing? What is he doing in that image? I'm not going to display that image yet, because I don't want to spoil that scene. Yeah, Soten had Death steal our stuff. He's clipping his nails. Oh my god. You get it. There's some kind of explanation. And the problem here is if you're going to come up with an excuse for it, it's essentially a problem. There's a lack of a better way to put that. You're going to have to spend some time and effort every single iteration coming up with another reason. That's why I'm in favor of the Mega Man method, is because while a certain individual reason can work, and has, as the Metroid series shows, it doesn't always, and it also means you're basically increasing your workload every subsequent entry. Having said all that, that's just like a blanket thing. Doesn't have anything to do with the game in question, because now we're up to other M. So, does it bother me, for example, in Prime when we get damaged and lose access to some of our abilities? No. In fact, I think that was a really good example of that. Does it bother me when they do it in Dread? No. Does it bother me when they do it in Fusion? No. And the reason why is because when you have decided to come up with a specific explanation for your hard reset button, then you need to make that explanation good. You need to put work and effort and thought into that explanation. This is stupid. This is stupid on so many goddamn levels. It's actually even stupider in Japanese, if you remember. Because remember, only in English... No, Super doesn't bother because there is no explanation in Super. In English, she's like, oh, notice me, senpai. But that wasn't in the original script. That wasn't in the Japanese script. Instead, she's just going through a midlife crisis in the Japanese script, which, whatever. We'll get to that later. So, why is the intent here that she's so adherent to this asshole, who, let's be clear, is an asshole, that she refuses to use certain aspects of her gear just because? Essentially for no other reason. Now, we know why. It's so that we don't have access to our tools and our kit. Because, again, that's the point. Is, we've lost all our gear. Reset to 1. Go gather this stuff. But, hang on. Have you noticed the other problem? Because the other problem here is that... And yes, Adams is in 3 of the games. The other well, okay. Kind of. Asterisk. Moving on. The other problem here is that if you unlock stuff by being authorized rather than finding it, what is there to find? I forget the number off the top of my head here, but this game has the least collectibles of any Metroid ever. There's nothing to go find. Like you get a couple of missile ups and a couple of energy ups, and that's kind of it. And I don't know if you've ever played a Metroid game. I'm not sure if Sakamoto has ever played a Metroid game before. But a fairly major aspect of what makes a Metroid game is running around collecting stuff, being rewarded for exploring to get bonus E-tanks and missiles, and being rewarded for progressing, which also allows you to go and progress further into the game. Now you have the double jump, or the high jump. Now you have the space thing. I can't think of the name of all of a sudden. God, I can't remember what it's called. Spaceball? God, whatever. You have the thing that lets you jump in the air. You have the dash. You have the thing that lets you shoot through other things. You have the frost thing. Why, Spartan? Why would you want... Okay, tell you what. I'll do that if we play those first. We'll play Pinball, then Hunters, then 1, 2, and 3, and then 4. How's that sound? Actually, I'm not going to commit to that because I'm not sure if I can buy Hunters or Pinball, so we'll think about that later. Anyways. So it's a problem narratively. What in God's name? Okay, that's no. Oh, cool. I like... What? Whatever. It's a problem narratively because it's a dumb excuse that makes no sense for the character, the setting, or just basic logic. And it's a problem gameplay-wise because it completely removes one of the primary functions of the entire franchise. I didn't think I'd be this ranty. You know that? I didn't think I would get this ranty. I apologize. So, what do we call that? MSQ? Writing? What is bad excuse? What does bad excuse call it? Where's my audit sheet? Let me pull up my audit sheet. Hang on. What do we put that under? Let's see. You know what? Yeah, integration. That's actually a really great way to put that. This is gameplay and story segregation. It's attempting to be integration. So actually, excuse me, it's actually integration. I'm misspeaking here. But instead, it's segregation. Oh my god. Okay, so... yeah, point to Mr. Red. He's absolutely right. I've never given a negative for gameplay and story integration before. That's crazy. Man, Lord Harriman, at this point, we really are. We are charting new depth with other M. Oh, wow. Okay. So, hang on. I got it. There we go. God, that's buggy. All right. So let's actually play the game for a second. So, okay, hang on. Let's talk positively about this for just a second. One of the things that almost everyone says is good about this game is the actual functional minute-to-minute combat. Now, I'm not sure what I'm going to think about that, but I'll only bring that up because of the many people. Why? Of the many people who all blame Team Ninja for the fact that this game sucks, Team Ninja did the combat, the one and only thing that everyone says is actually good. I don't know if I'll agree with that, but, you know. I don't know, if only I had my missiles. Okay. If I can also be honest for just a second, there is one thing I can already tell you I don't like about the combat right now. And I know this is going to sound strange, but it's the lock-on. I don't know if you saw that during that combat right now, but I was just aiming in a direction, and she would automatically aim up and a little bit to the side to aim, automatically, at the nearest target. Now, that may sound like a strange thing to complain about, but this is a Metroid game. Aiming is literally one half of the core combat. The other half being... So, the fact that there's a soft lock-on that's just there literally removes gameplay. Yeah, I remember that in Shadow Complex, and I didn't care for it there either. In Prime, for example, you can lock onto enemies. In fact, that's the primary vehicle of playing Prime. But the whole game was centered around the idea of locking on. In fact, Prime's combat, I'll talk about this someday, probably next year. Prime's combat is actually like a circular form, which I know sounds very strange, but what I mean by that is you lock onto something and then you go into strafe mode. And then you can strafe all the way around the target. I should do it like this. I can strafe all the way around the target. And most of the enemy design and level design and boss design is all structured around that strafing circular combat, right? So there's still gameplay, there's still structure, and there's still design that's all making the combat fun and interesting. They don't always succeed, but woo. Here it's just... So there's less to do, and it's less fun. Cool. Actually, yeah, Frisco Boy, that's a good way to put it. Metroid Prime kind of makes you feel like you're a frickin' tank. Appropriate, because we're playing as Samus. Now, if you'll excuse me, it looks like I need to find something here. Game? What's the pixel? This is like the third time, I think. There's at least... We've already had 2 times where finding the pixel has been a problem. No? Okay. Well, we've only had 2 times then. I have not been doing any timestamps. If you want me to do, I'll start doing it. I need to... No blade default. Shocking! Hang on a sec. Let me clear out the timestamps. There we go. And if I'm remembering correctly, it's that, and that. Is that correct? Yes, so that's start, clip, and end. It's been a while since I've taken timestamps. I want to remind myself of the shortcuts there. Okay, so. Hey, Mr. Red, here's your first timestamp. Oh my god. Okay. So, now what? Okay, okay. Well, thank God he's authorized the usage of the thing that allowed me to get out of this room. I'd have to stand here and starve to death, other than, if not for that. Please stop doing that. Okay, I see what's happening. Oh, that's awful. Well, the score on the screen so far is accurate, Frisco-born. Make of that what you will. Oh yeah, we should probably actually talk about the concentration mechanic. No, that's not the concentration mechanic. Did I move that over here? No. Am I gonna have to do this manually every time? Is that just my life? Not quite. See, I can move back and forth the corridor like this. Yeah, speaking of which, low health beta leaps. Not the worst I've ever heard. In fact, we'll have worse in this very franchise. In better games. Yeah, I was just about to say, this right here, so this is actually a valid thing to talk about. One of the most common positives to story I tend to give games, especially platformers, is brickwork. Because platformers tend to lean pretty heavily on brickwork in order to, you know, get across the story. Let's try this. Maybe this will work. Maybe? Nope. Okay. Hang on. That didn't work. That should work. Like, there's no reason that shouldn't work. I legitimately don't understand why this isn't working. Like, I set to upright, and then I hit the button, and then nothing happens. Okay. One second. Let me screw with something really quick here. there was... I did it for like a second. Oh my god. This is going to be just a nightmare. This is just a nightmare. That's all this is. Damn it, Asdamine. Listen, we got to tie into Fusion, okay? And just do it worse in every way. I mean, how often is a prequel that much worse than the original? Why are you looking at me like that? Thank you, Nameless Baron. Very much. As always and ever. I will put that towards the Yakuza Block 1, Kirby Block, and Hitman 3. I'm not sure how well this game is going to score golden number-wise compared to the actual worst Metroids. However, it will have the worst story score. Guaranteed. Just straight up guaranteed. Oh my god, okay. Oh god, that's why, because the controls switched to tank controls. And now we're in the bathroom. Can I, like, interact with this? Okay, I don't know what I did there, but I'm glad it worked. Hey, look, something that was tutorialized earlier, even though there's absolutely no reason for it to be, because the thing we just did was a perfectly acceptable tutorial for the action we just did. Huh. Go figure. I have no idea what does that. Whatever. I have so many bad memories of what I'm doing right now, by the way. I just want you to know that. I was sitting there. I was playing with Gary, because this is actually his Wii. And we were hanging out, and the latest Metroid had come out, and he actually was like, hey, I know you're big into Metroid, so let's try this newfangled Metroid game. And I was like, hell yeah, this sounds awesome. He stuck with it longer than I did. It's actually funny you say that, Spartan. Several people think, although there's some issues because Japanese, that that was one of the things that Sakamoto actually wanted for this game, was for it to be a rail shooter. Gameplay shows that going from 2D to 3D. Yeah. Metroid. Metroid Prime... Okay, maybe better is a bit much, because Super is a great game, but Metroid Prime 1 is a freaking good game. Oh, early 3D? No. Although, ask me again in about a month, because we're reviewing both LTTP and Ocarina. Yes, Sierra. And I know that means that it's going to score better than the N64 version would. But I'd kind of rather rip out my fingernails than play the original N64 version. I mean, the last 10 years have proven that 2D Metroidvanias are alive and well. Well, hang on. I got a sub in the middle of that, so let me just see who that was. It's from Paranoid Android. Thank you very much, Paranoid Android. Always appreciate. Like, I'm sorry, I cannot in good conscience say that Mario got better going from Yoshi's Island to Mario 64. I can't. I cannot in good conscience. I cannot in good conscience agree with that statement. And no, I never played Salt and Sanctuary. I probably never will, honestly. Not my thing. It did eventually get better. Mario Odyssey's legit. The galaxies are great, and 3D World is awesome. But 64? Sunshine? The namer of Sunshine Syndrome? Okay, so Alpha Centauri. Human Revolution. Resident Evil Block. You got it. I hope you're doing well, Paranoid Android. Thank you. I mean, I think the core of Mario 64 is legit, too. I should know. I've played Mario Odyssey. But they were really shoving the tech forwards, and, well, that's the cost of being on the bleeding edge, is... Ugh. So, anyways, I don't know where to go. I'm in a gamer journalist moment here. I also don't know how to interact with these things. Yeah, I would say Prime 2 is the longest. Thankfully, we're not playing that this particular block. Of these games, I think Other M will be the longest. The only one that might be in contention is Dread. And even Dread's not that long of a game. Well, would you believe I've never played Metroid Pinball? Super... It's going to be hard to play Super. Super could be the shortest if I play it in a certain way. Oh, that's a good point. I was forgetting about Samus Returns. Oh, goddammit, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Ignore me. Ignore me. Yeah, Prime 2 is long to the point of padded. That's the problem with Prime 2. Prime 2 absolutely has Sunshine Syndrome. It's actually quite a good game, and then it keeps going, and then it keeps going, and then it keeps going.
He's dead.
Really?
Someone or something attacked him.
Okay, could someone make the shaky cam go away?
It was obvious that there was some pervasive danger throughout the facility.
What gave it away?
I don't know what had brought Adam here, but I did know that cooperation was imperative if we were to restore safety. Adam, listen to me. Clearly, this facility is in complete disorder. It might be too dangerous for your men to go alone. That's why I've...
Look at that.
They're coming out of the wall! Right, stay calm.
Really? You're actually just gonna straight up say they're coming out of the walls? I realize... I'm laughing too much. I'm laughing too much. I realized as I was fighting the boss battle that it was going to be a difficult fight. The kind of thing that might be qualified as a regular fight, but more somehow. Almost as if, as a consequence of the fight, it would be considered a boss fight. Adam, you don't understand! This is a boss fight! We gotta fight it because it's bigger than normal! Really? That's what you want me to do? I'm gonna hate this so much. I'm gonna hate this so much. Alright, what? And we're dead. Oh, by the way, do you know you can't move in that mode? Now, there's actually an asterisk to that, but literally nothing anywhere tells you this asterisk. Now, I will give the game this. They actually have pretty decent autosaves. This is the Wii. We're in the era of the autosaves at this point. And we're dead. And then I realized that I was no longer amongst the living. As soon as I died, I realized very quickly I was now amongst the people who could be considered dead.
This ain't good! Nothing's working! Listen up! Freeze guns authorized!
Really? That's the other thing. Adam is just such a controlling asshole. You know? He's just... his people could have died in the however long it takes. Like, even if we did that properly, that was still several seconds in a combat situation where he was letting his people just do their thing. And then he's like, okay, fine. You know those things you have? I authorize you to use them. Jackass. I hate Adam in this game, by the way, like, a lot. I know I'm not exactly alone in that. It's just such a thing.
Concentrate fire in a single location and freeze that thing! And Samus, you attack the frozen spot! Now, use your missile.
Trying to. Game! What? have an idea that might smooth this over a little. Let's try a little bit of a rebinding this. We might be struggling with the emulator for a while here, because, you know, we're in hell. No. There you go. Oh, yeah, no, exactly, Asdamine. It's just... Honestly, this fight would probably be pretty legit in Prime. Did you notice that it's an enemy at the center of a large room that you could circle around it in? It's so funny how much you can see the bits of bullet point syndrome in this game. Because remember, the Primes had been out for a bit when this came out. Sorry, I'm messing with the controls here. I guess I already said that. Okay, let's see if this works a little bit better. Doubt it, but you never know, right? Game. Okay, here we go. Ugh. Where? Okay. Nope, too slow. Ugh. No, not at all, Mr. Ed.
Samus, looks like I'm gonna need to ask for your cooperation on this mission, but I'm also gonna have to ask that you follow my commands. You don't move unless I say so, and you don't fire until I say so.
Controlling asshole.
Any objections, lady?
The thumbs up sign had been used by the Galactic Federation for ages. Me? I was known for giving the thumbs down during briefing. I had my reasons, though. Commander Adam Malkovich was normally cool and not one to joke around. But he would end all of his mission briefings by saying, "Any objections, lady?" He was joking, but others weren't. At the time, I felt surrounded by people who treated me like a child, or used kid gloves because I was a woman. And yet with Adam, I was grateful for the nod. My past has left me with an uneasy soul, and as a result, it touched me on some level that Adam would acknowledge that past by calling me something delicate, like lady. And I knew more than anyone that every word from Adam was deliberate. My thumbs down was a twofold response. A sign of derision at being called a lady, and a signal of my complete understanding of the mission orders.
Thanks for explaining all that in the dumbest way possible.
Soldiers were always willing to support me with easy smiles despite the fact that I clearly had so much yet to learn. Among them was Anthony. In the face of his well-meaning behavior and that of the other soldiers, my response was to become increasingly bitter. I was a child, always with something to prove, a chip on my shoulder. And I was angry. I felt that if I let my guard down, I would easily be broken. And beyond that, I was scared.
Why? Because space pirates murdered your parents? Because you were raised by aliens?
Adam's joking manner, how close he felt to me. Adam knows my past, and he knows me better than anyone else. Confession time. Because I was so young when I lost both of my parents, there's no question I saw Adam as a father figure. When I rebelled against him, I knew I could get away with it. And his paternal compassion in the face of my rebellion reinforced the special bond I felt with him.
Gotta keep showing that same shot. That's the third time they've shown that exact shot, by the way.
That chances were slim that I would ever find anyone that understood me like Adam. And
Oh, yeah, it's Coruscant.
when the time came, I still left his side. I was so young. Young and naive.
Exactly what transpired here on the bottle ship is still uncertain. Here's what we do know. The equipment we thought had been destroyed is operational again. And we've seen casualties attributed to an unidentified and lethal creature. The situation is critical. We need to gather all the information we can, but priority one is to find any survivors and bring them to safety. Consider this site extremely dangerous. Be careful as you make your sweeps. And there's one problem. The wireless interference in this facility is all-pervasive. Your comm systems are useless. As a result, communication channels will be limited to the facility's navigation booths. Well then, Lyle, investigate Sector 1 and show a little restraint with the explosives.
Gotcha.
Maurice, you cover Sector 2. Repair any equipment you come across.
Affirmative.
Anthony, you're Sector 3. I'll leave it to you to decide whether plasma guns are called for.
All right.
James, check out the control bridge. Our communication issues might be the result of electrical interference.
Yes, sir.
And KG, run a complete sweep of the residential quarters and investigate any trace of survivors.
Got it.
Each of you is authorized to use a freeze gun. Do not forget to check in regularly via navigation booths. And Samus, you go to the system management room. Do everything you can to get the electrical system back up and running. Looks like your comm system is still functional. Remember, everything you see will also appear on this screen. Regarding auxiliary weapons, the use of bombs has been authorized. As far as your other weapons go, we will continue to investigate and authorize use as we can. However, we currently have no plans to authorize the use of power bombs. As you know, they have the ability to spread a high-temperature heat wave over a large area, impacting living things, which is a nice way of saying they can vaporize humans instantly. You should be well aware of how dangerous power bombs are, and how their devastation can't be obstructed with common materials. Once the mission in the system management room is complete, I need you to report back. I'll give you your next orders then. I want you all to be especially careful as you execute your missions. That's the end of the briefing.
It was the first joint mission I'd been a part of since becoming a freelance bounty hunter. And of course, it was the first time since my Federation days that I was following the orders of a commanding officer. Having received mission orders from Adam, I felt confused and strangely exhilarated at the unexpected turn of events.
Not me!
Understood, Adam. No objections, of course.
Ugh. Just... You know, I don't know if this game has unskippable cutscenes. Huh. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so the tech geek in me has to point out something. Did you notice that he gets live video feedback of each of the troopers, but the comms are down? Please think about that for a second. Please think about how much additional bandwidth and difficulty in transmitting live video feed from multiple sources is constantly. But there's no comms. Now, the really funny part is that's supposed to be a plot point. I'm not joking. I'm going to give something away right now. Spoilers! There's someone among us. And that one is the traitor. And the traitor is like, Mwahaha. And so he's the one who sabotaged their comms. Which would make perfect sense if not for the fact that he still has the video feed. Now, Anarcho-Marxist, you asked in the middle of that cavalcade of vomit that was just poured onto my face, why is this game so hated? What's the story of the game? If you want the behind the scenes, go watch like the first 30 minutes of the stream. I'm not repeating that. It was like three pages of notes. But if you want to know why this game is so hated, I think the cutscene you just saw gets it away pretty much perfectly. Now, I put the game down after that cutscene. I was so done with this game. And if you're wondering why, well, we're up to 15 story negatives and 8 gameplay negatives. And we're barely out of the intro, if that can even be called an intro. We just fought the tutorial boss. And I'm just sitting here with Gary, like, what? No. Later on, Gary kept playing, and I felt compelled to justify my purchase of this stupid game to keep playing. I will point out the second part that I quit the game permanently over and have never been past when we get there. Don't worry, it'll be really obvious. Oh. No, Ross. But spoilers. We got one additional missile. Cool. So, yeah, I hate to give this away, but it is the scene. I'm just going to say that. It is the scene. I'm not going to say what the scene is. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who doesn't know. But it is the scene when I put this game down and I've never been past. Now, the reason I bring that up is oftentimes when it comes to game design, game knowledge, game culture, I'm not sure what to call that. There's that one thing that just mimetically everyone knows about, right? We've actually talked about this concept a lot because it shows up a lot. You just have to get on the train. CJ is often listed as the worst, mission in San Andreas. When no, actually, it's not even like the top 10 of worst missions in that game. Now, there's reasons for that. But yeah, it boils down to repetition, commonality, and cultural osmosis. So everyone knows about getting on the train on San Andreas, or the laughing scene in FF10, another perfect example of that concept. There's much worse scenes than both of those in their respective games, but of course, that's not the one that endures. Or yeah, going bowling in GTA 4, which is barely even a thing in that game, and so forth and so on. So yeah, it's the same thing. The scene in this game is well-trod territory. So I hope you don't mind that I've actually bothered to study that scene and check up on its original scripting in both Japanese and English to try and figure out what the hell is going on with that scene and why it's so goddamn terrible. I think I actually have an answer for that question. We'll talk about it when we get there. Suplexing a train's awesome. I mean, why wouldn't it be? No, I'm not gonna fill you in yet. I don't want to blow my load early. Whatever that phrase is. Listen, Ging, all I'm saying is sex is amazing, okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's your ace. In which case, that's not as amazing for you. But that's okay. Maybe sex can be amazing? My favorite part about the soft lockdown is it doesn't always, as you're seeing right now. So that's cool. I could, of course, go into first-person mode, but I kind of rather avoid that as much as possible. Come on. Now, garlic bread. That's amazing. Everybody likes garlic bread. Unless you're lactose intolerant. Then, you know, obviously, I guess you wouldn't like garlic bread. So what's with all the organic pustules? I'm sure it's nothing. I should mention, to be very clear, I don't click anything when I interact with those. I just get near them, and it does it automatically. After all, I only have 2 buttons to work with. Riveting combat here. Are we done? Nope. Okay, cool. The way they play this one, Giga? Yep. Yep, it's gone from suck to blow. How do you aim? You don't! Isn't that great? Look, here, this is me going up and down and mashing shoot. This is it. This is all I'm doing. Up, down, up, down. I'm not even hitting right and left, by the way. That's just up and down. And it deciding randomly which direction I swivel. That's all I'm doing. This is this game. Yeah, it probably wants me to shoot missiles at the high, because I should mention something. So for those of you who've never played a Metroid game before, let me clue you in on something. There's these things called missiles. They've been around since literally the first game. They are the primary vehicle by which you do major damage. They're a huge part of gameplay design in terms of both unlocking and progressing, and that's one of the reasons why getting new missile tanks is always seen as a good thing. It's because missiles are used for everything in every Metroid game. Yeah. So, the fact that you can only shoot missiles while in the terrible mode of terrible, which I remind you is terrible whether or not you're using an emulator. Please? There you go. Oh yeah, so anyways, you can dodge in first-person mode. Did you know that literally nothing tells you that anywhere? I only found that out today when I was doing research for this game. I'm still not sure how to do it. I can see a sprite work positive. Oh. Oh yeah, enjoy those load times, by the way. If there was one problem with the old primes, it was the load times. Solved with the remaster, of course, but still an issue with the originals. You know, you have a way of telling the answer to that. Triaxion. Did you know? I can't get that through that door. Why can't I go back through this door? Am I seriously just locked out of this door? Alright, whatever. No, it was not, Mr. Ed. Everyone who worked on that mentioned it was a really smooth and fun process. The Team Ninja people really enjoyed collaborating with the core Nintendo team and Sakamoto himself. And Sakamoto was in constant contact with the CGI team to make sure that the cutscenes were exactly to what he wanted them to be. Which they were. I want to stress that I'm not exaggerating when I say that this is one of the smoothest gameplay productions I have ever seen. It's kind of weird. Like, normally when we discuss these kind of problem games, there's negatives upon negatives to, like, executives or to idiots or to, oh god, it just wouldn't crystallize, you know? Or maybe they just couldn't get such and such, or it was a cursed production. A Star Trek V, that's a cursed production, right? Everything went wrong with it. Come on. Yeah, Overblast is very Team... A lot of this game is very Team Ninja, let's be honest with ourselves. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, by the way. And I mean that. It's probably one of the better aspects of the game. The Team Ninja stuff. There we go. Oh yeah, I should refill my missiles. Nope, that didn't work. Why doesn't that work? Yeah, whatever. I should mention there's something else about this gameplay that sucks. It's not obvious when you're looking at it, but let me explain this really simply. So, obviously, you have to point the controller at the screen and then do stuff, right? Cool. So I want you to right now, how do you think the process goes? Let's say, oh my god, there's an enemy to my right. Okay, I'm facing this way. I need to point at the screen and then swivel over to kill him. What do you actually do? What's the physical interactions you do to make that happen? Okay, so bend your wrist. Okay. No. Analog stick. No. Move to turn around. Move to the left, turn around, press, and then hope. Still no. Analog stick? Nope. It's so great. It's so great. Here, I'll demonstrate. Check this out. So I'm like, okay, I need to aim to the right. I'm aiming to the right. I'm aiming to the right as fast as I can, but in order to swivel, you have to actually hit this button, and then you'll start turning. You can only start turning once you are already holding down this button, which in this case would be the B button on the trigger. So you're holding down the lock-on button to move. You cannot swivel unless you're actually holding down the lock-on button. Please think about that for 5 seconds. If it's not obvious, there is literally 0% of the time when you will not be wanting to lock on in first-person mode. You're either doing it to find something through the exploration sequences, which requires locking on, or you're shooting at something, usually a missile, which requires locking on. But for some reason, just pointing at the screen is not enough. You have to hit a button to lock on, even though it's always what you'll be doing. And I know I hate to complain about having to hit a button, but it just shows how awful this control scheme really is. I feel so bad for Team Ninja and having to try and make a functional game out of a NES controller, because that is what they were handled. That is the choice they were given. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I'm sorry. There's other problems with that too, because you're going to lock onto the first thing you see, because you're holding down the lock-on button. That may or may not be the thing you want to lock onto. There is no hope. Abandon it. Because this is hell. You are currently in hell. Congratulations. Here's your ticket. Here's your Justin Bieber concert. He's here to welcome you. Nickelback will be playing in about an hour. You want to join us for that? By the way, have you noticed how getting items so far is pathetic? I don't feel tutorialized or rewarded or even like I'm exploring. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use Nickelback. I actually like a few Nickelback songs. It's just, it's the obvious pick, right? It's the low-hanging fruit. And yeah, the good news. The good news. Yeah, it's the meme answer. Exactly. It's the meme answer. It's not a serious. I can think of so much worse. I'm not gonna say it because if I do, I'll probably lose my entire viewer base. But I can think of worse bands. The usage of the word "the baby" has already gone down, so we've only heard it 11 times as of this moment. Cool. That's not too bad, right? Except that's 11 times in the intro. The reason this is the same thing with what I was just talking about earlier with getting on the train and Sendra's. The reason everyone constantly bangs on about the baby is because they say it constantly during the intro, the part of the game, statistically speaking, that most people play. But yeah, like, look at this brickwork. It is... I hate to use this word because it sounds so pretentious. It is singularly uninspired. There's nothing interesting going on. There's no style. There's no design. There's metal plates, and then there's metal grates. And that's kind of it. It's very gray. Yeah, it's very default. It's the kind of thing that looks like they originally did this, and they were going to add something to it later. Compare and contrast, random example, Alien Isolation, which is based off of the original Alien, which is extraordinarily stylized, despite not looking like it. It has this own, like 1970s computer-esque look to it, right? With big, awkward computers and like ticking noises and all kinds of stuff. And all sorts of atmosphere, just oozes atmosphere. Then you got this. And remind you, Alien came out a couple decades before this game did. I don't remember when Alien Isolation came out relative to this game. Someone would have to look that up.
Samus, go through the hatch on your right and head towards Sector 1. Lyle went ahead to secure a route to a facility of interest. I'll leave you to survey Sector 1.
Oh yeah, another thing that doesn't endear Adam to a lot of people is that he just sits in this control room for like 90% of the game.
What's wrong? Head to Sector 1.
Shut up. Oh yeah, Alien Isolation is going to rail it when it comes to visual design, brickwork, and just general aesthetic. Okay, so Alien Isolation was 2014. It's a little after this. Well, see, Samus has never had a father figure, as you can tell, because, you know, the Chozo... I don't know. It's worth noting, just to be very clear about this for a second, it's worth noting, most of Samus's backstory was known at this point in time. Really. Zero Mission, even if you don't pay attention to the comics, which are questionably lore contiguous, Zero Mission came out before this, and Zero Mission laid it out pretty clear, Samus's origins and where she was raised and how she came to be, and also tied into Super in a way that we'll talk about when we get there, so that's awesome. So it's not like we didn't know anything about Samus. Now, hang on, what's going on with the bot? No, the bot seems to be working. Someone type a command real quick. Oh, never mind. You actually typed in a command. Never mind. Never mind. Need to remember to be timestamping. I'm so not in the habit of timestamping. I should explain that since Mr. Red's right there. The reason I got out of the habit of it is because I felt bad about it. To put it very, very simply. And because I cannot properly compensate you for the work involved, I just kind of stopped being in the habit of doing it. Since highlights, in my mind, highlights either weren't going to happen ever, or weren't going to happen often, so why bother? Thank you very, very much, Ross, for the sub. Always appreciate. And I will jot that down for something. Oh, well, we'll put it down for Alien Isolation. I thought that was on the list. Maybe I'm just thinking of the room. That was a while ago, though. So, Samus was like... It's actually a whole thing. And it does tie into Zero Mission and arguably Prime and arguably Super. But the simplicity is, okay, Chozo ship, something happens, oh no, crash, and we've crashed. So the Chozo decided to set up on Zebes, or Zebes, or Zebes, or it's pronounced a few different ways. And while they were there, one of the Chozo who were out and about actually noticed one of the nearby colonies, which sent a distress signal because they're being attacked by the pirates. Rescued the only survivor of the attack, which was Samus. Pulled Samus in, raised her, trained her. There's this guy named Something Beak, Ravenbeak. I want to say he's not important. Don't worry about him. Anyways, she actually had Chozo blood and infused and was superhuman and everything's cool and awesome. And then she was like, you know what? I'm out. Peace. And then she headed off of ZBs to go do her own thing. And I don't think the games have ever actually... No, I don't know what you're talking about, Raven King. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't think the games have ever distinguished that period of time when she left the Chozo on ZBs and went off to join the Galactic Federation and rejoin Galactic Community. Because all we know is that she immediately signed up for the military, shreked it in the military for a while in the elite forces units because she's Samus, and then decided to peace out. And, of course, naturally, when I say peace out, I mean continue to do work for the Galactic Federation in an official capacity for years to come. Anyways. Oh, yeah, by the way, a little bit of a timeline thing, really quick. Fun thing. So you'd think that the games go roughly in release order, at least partially, but no, not at all. The problem is the primes don't fit so much, it's kind of insulting. Here's the timeline order. First is Metroid 1. She goes back to ZBs, trying to figure out what it is. She finds the old Chozo computer. It's taken over and is running the space pirates for her own purposes. She's trying to take over the entire universe and replace it with psychic representations of herself. Yada, yada, yada. Cool. She defeats it. That's the end of Metroid 1. Awesome. Then Prime 1 happens. Then Prime 2. Then Prime 3. Please think about that for a second. Think about the level and scale and threat that she faces in the Prime series. And all of that's before 2 on the Game Boy, which is immediately after the Primes. So it's 1 Primes, 2 Super, other M, and then Fusion, and then Dread. And thank you, Grand Spectre. Always appreciate. The reason I bring that up, though, is Samus... Canonically, at this point in time, Samus has done Metroid 1, Metroid 2, Super, Prime 1, Prime 2, and Prime 3. And she's being treated like this at this point in this game. Please think about that for a minute. Yeah, I've always thought the placement of the Primes is not great. Yeah, Phazon is a galactic-level threat. And awesome, while we're on the subject. The Primes are... Well... let's phrase this as clearly as we can here. Remember, you can pick 3 things, Grand Spectre, but thank you. The problem is the primes were not made by Sakamoto. And we know he has an ego. We know he likes to claim himself as the creator of Metroid, even though he isn't. And we know that he has multiple times tried to put his stamp on the franchise, distinct from Prime. I think the main reason that Fusion, Other M, and Dread pretty much don't acknowledge the Primes is just because of straight ego. That this is his baby, and those other games made by that other developers who aren't even Japanese, they don't count. Who was the creator? Well, hang on, because I'm going to have to look up their names. I know Yokoi, excuse me, is the big guy. But give me a second here. There could be some licensing going on. That's always a problem. Gunpei Yokoi. Yep, he was the big one. And there was one other gentleman I wanted to look up here. Satoru Okada and Masao Yamamoto. That trio right there. Those are the people who actually made Metroid 1. They invented Metroid, along with Kid Icarus. Now, Sakamoto did work on Metroid 1. I told that earlier. He was an artist. You got it. Bug Fables. Age of Empires block. Done and done. So anyways, let's pause for a moment and acknowledge something. The music in this game is good, plus the gameplay. Enjoy having an honest-to-goodness, well-earned, no asterisks, plus the gameplay. Oh, I know, right, Euro? Game is wearying. I don't want to sound complaining, it's just, God, this game is wearying. It's got some good atmospheric tracks, and my personal favorite take on the Running Away Quickly song in the whole franchise. I don't remember which Metroid first introduced the ledge grab, but I know it was around before Other M. I want to say Fusion added that. Very technically, the Primes added the ledge grab concept, because there's a bit of coyote time in how Prime does its platforming. But I think Fusion is the first one to actually be like, yeah, no, here. That's right, an energy part. Once you get 4 of them, you get 1 new health up. You'd think that splitting up all of the rewards into pieces like they do, where missile tanks only give you 1 missile and 4 energy things are required for an E-tank, would actually mean that you'd have more power-ups in the game, or at least more stuff to explore, but no, you'd be wrong. I will admit I'm not as familiar with Fusion as I am several of the games in this series, so I tend to speak with a few asterisks when it comes to Fusion. Oh yeah, and notice that the enemy design is such that they, and this is very Team Ninja, pre-Neo, I don't know if Neo does this. Enemies have a weak point. If you use their weak point, they die instantly. If you don't, they have way too much health. Let's Google this. Let's see if we can figure this out. Hmm. I should mention I haven't played, like, Dead or Alive because... Do I need to explain why? I am aware of Dead or Alive volleyball and the horrifically physics-defying features. Oh, I know, Amberlane. It's kind of crazy. They really thought they really thought this was going to be the big success story. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but they expected some really big numbers from Other M. They didn't get them. It wouldn't be until Dread that they would see the numbers they expected from this game. Okay, that doesn't help. Alright, hang on. Yeah, John Romero. An ad even he didn't approve of, although he might have been covering after the fact, but he spoke ill about that ad a lot. Yeah, the next actual match... I'm not counting Federation Force, because Federation Force was actually another game entirely that was reskinned and repurposed for Metroid. It's another reason why we're not playing it for this block. The first reason, of course, being that it's functionally impossible to play for this block. But even if it wasn't, screw that nonsense. Thank you, Caspian. Always. I will jot that down for Star Trek Resurgence, Mario Luigi block, and Gothic 1. Okay, so what if I do this? So I need to hold A? No. Yes, A, which is L. I actually own Federation Force, to my great dismay. And I've played it too, and it's not terrible. It's just not a Metroid game, and also effectively impossible solo. So, there you go. Okay. Why is this not working? I do not understand why this isn't working. Yeah, Federation Force is a very vacuous game. It was a tech demo. And a throwaway. Yeah, no, the next actual Metroid game was Samus Returns, and it was quite a bit of a gap before that came out. Now, I liked Samus Returns, although there's some disagreements about that. Oh my God. Shut up. I'm trying to fix my frickin' controller. Yeah, Other M put the Metroid franchise, for all intents and purposes, on hold. And that's putting it nicely. Don't have time for this. It's gonna rain soon. Sorry, I gotta go pull in a package that's because it's gonna rain. I apologize. Uh, Here's the problem. I kind of need to fix this. I don't understand why it isn't being fixed. I know it's a weird way to put it, but I really don't understand what the issue is here. Yeah, no kidding, Chaluto. I need for the game to acknowledge that I'm holding up the controller straight up into the air, like I'm playing Skyward Sword or something, because that's the only way to heal. And I need to be able to heal because I'm not perfect at a game that already sucks. And so I kind of need the ability to get my health back. I also need the ability to get my missiles back while we're on the subject. And I'm trying to figure out how to make that a thing. Maybe like this? I don't know. I know there's a way to do this. Like, what's really frustrating, there's an option right here, right? It's hotkeys, which just says upright hold or upright toggle. Now, maybe I'm insane, but I sort of figured that upright toggle, you know, meant toggle it into upright mode, but it's not doing anything. It's doing nothing at all. I'm getting really close, Blade Javal. In fact, I think this might be our last Wii game. Not a lot of other ones on the list. Yeah, I know, shut up. The smoothest Wii game to emulate? Donkey Kong Country Returns, which I don't have to because it's a 3DS game. No, I'm playing chicken with the primes. Yeah, absolutely, Ross. Screw the Wii version. Or I guess the GameCube, whatever. I'm really at a loss. I don't know what else to do here. Let's try this. Let's see what this does. What? Huh? Yeah, I actually like the Wii U. In fact, it's hooked up right now, although the only reason it's hooked up is for... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hang on a second. Okay, well, the good news is I figured it out. The bad news is I'm going to have to manually go into the menu every freaking time I want to do that. I can hold that against the game, but that's another added irritation on top of everything else. Hang on. At least I figured out how to heal. So yeah, Sector 1. You remember Metroid Fusion, right? Sakamoto hopes you remember Metroid Fusion. Because it's the best Metroid game ever. Actually, I know a lot of people who prefer Fusion over Super. No judgment.
This elevator is bound for Sector 1. A level 3. Warning is now in effect in Sector 1. Please avoid traveling alone and remain armed. Stay alert to your surroundings at all times.
I'm actually quite curious how Fusion's going to score compared to Super. Because Super is ridiculously well crafted, but mostly in like things like the level design, the tutorialization, and encounter design, enemy design, boss design, stuff like that. But Fusion is a very solid game. It's just also a very different game. Like, a lot of people like to compare Fusion and Super side by side, but as I talked about earlier, Fusion has more to do with Wario Land than it does Super Metroid. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I love how the button to interact with something is to stand there for a minute. It did, Asdamin, you're absolutely right. Fusion's its own animal, and we'll see when we get there. I will probably prefer Super. But, you know, whether it's going to score better or not, that I have no idea. So they couldn't figure out a way to get all the usual biomes that are the hallmark of the franchise in, so they just had there be these biomes. Which probably sounds familiar because it's the same damn thing Super did, or sorry, Fusion did. Oh, I'm out of missiles? No. It's just being dumb. Whoa, whoa there, whoa there. I have beaten Zero Mission. So Fusion also needs an asterisk. I've actually played quite a bit of Fusion. But I've never sat down and played Fusion top to bottom. As in, I've never actually, like, sat down, started playing Fusion, and then finished playing Fusion as part of one playthrough. God, this is insanity. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're not locked onto something in first-person mode, you shoot your blaster. If you are locked onto something in first-person mode, you shoot a missile. Missiles are finite. Do you see a problem with this? At least I've started to wrestle the emulator mostly into control, but God, these controls are terrible. And trust me, it's not better on a Wii. death as pop-ups, by the way. Reminder. I have to do that this way. I can see a viscerality positive. I can see that. Oh, someone just killed the bot. Who killed the bot? That doesn't matter. Just turn the bot back on. We'll see, too. We'll have to judge that as we go. But I can definitely swing one. There we go. Giga, why did you murder my bot? Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Team Ninja parts of this game are probably the best parts of it, which is so funny if you were there when this game came out. I'll type up more thoughts on that later. I don't want to bog this down. God, get out of... There we go. Good afternoon, Philosopher of Doom. Oh my god. Why does it only let me shoot like 2 missiles at a time? Does anybody know? Like, that's an issue I've run into several times. I was trying to open the door earlier and it was also getting me into some issues. And like, it does not let me shoot that many missiles. It's really weird. Anyways, welcome to Brinstar. I mean, Sector 1. And thank you for the sub, French Philosopher. If you want to put that towards something in particular, do please let me know. Remember, you can pick up to 3 things for that. That was a long, uneventful trip. Hope that wasn't a complete waste. So I don't know what 20-year gap you're talking about, Gum Gum, but if you're talking about the 70-year gap, we don't have any specific plans in mind yet, other than fleshing out the world and having the Klingon Empire fall completely. God damn it, French Philosopher. I accept. I can't go into first-person mode. This is where I'm supposed to go. There we go. Did it for a second. I'm not sure why or how. Naturally, the Klingons will be joining the Federation, Ross. Obviously. As if there was any other possible fate. Gonna ignore that. Game. Yeah, exactly, Gum Gum. No change. No change needed, no change made. Yeah, so that's another thing. I don't remember when they started using the red door concept in Metroid, but the red door concept is very much on display here. I know they started doing it in Prime 1 at the absolute latest. Oh, sure. Sorry, the red doors from Devil May Cry. The beat 'em up thing. Kill all enemies on screen to progress. Okay. There you go. Ugh. Yeah, as I say, I'm pretty sure kill all enemies to progress happened in Super, although it was usually a boss, or like a mini boss, like the ninjas in Ridley's area. But the straight up beat 'em up thing? I'm not sure when that gained popularity. Sure thing, Violet. Here's what's going to happen, Vigilant. First, the Federation breaks up into three, but then seconds later, they're like, wait. And they get right back together. Just for you. And thank you very much for the sub. I guess the donation. Now, I admittedly lean towards this STO concept that eventually everything's going to either conglomerate up or conquer up. Bing, bling, bling. It was a jazz concert. Oh, that makes so much sense. So yeah, you don't really need to watch anything to enjoy DS9 to answer that question. It is its own animal? Which is funny, because for the Star Trek lore run, DS9 will be the very last show we cover. Go figure. You know what I'm reminded of? And I know this is a bit of low-hanging fruit, but Dread. Remember how Dread was just like the most smoothest, butter-controlling game in the history of the universe? Yeah, this isn't that. So I didn't see the thing up there. Is that a thing? I can't even tell. I guess it isn't a thing. Whatever. Sure. No, like I said, I actually like other M's soundtrack. Oh, okay, yeah, that's valid. Let me tell you, it's weird playing a Metroid game I don't know by heart. Not the first, oh, excuse me, not the last time we'll have that experience this run. Hey, it's the breeding room. That's a thing. Hi, Alex. I have already given it a plus, so I sure hope so, Mr. Red. I don't like the direction here,
The
too.
large cage-like booth looked like something had been raised in it. And in one corner was the miserable form of a researcher's corpse.
Note that that's what they just showed us.
Hadn't sustained the same injuries. The dead I'd seen had been torn apart by something large.
Like that, right there.
Had been attacked by a different type of creature. And as I studied the violence this creature had wrought, I felt something in the air. The presence of a dark intelligence.
What was the point of that? What the hell was the point of that little... Okay. I just... Anyways. You remember how in several games, like Witcher 3 or several of the Arkham games, Batman will kind of narrate things to himself, or rather to us, but it works? I'm not against the concept. It's just, it's harder to make narration work than you'd think, because narration's kind of one of those starting downhill sort of things when it comes to storytelling. Like, I would be willing to believe that Samus narrates in her head. That's pretty easy to swallow. But, like... Yeah, exactly. The negative I just jotted down, I made a point of mentioning. Because I'm sure you saw that, right? We walk into a room called the breeding room, which is clearly some kind of a cage, and there's a corpse there. Immediately after seeing these things, I walked into a room which was clearly a cage for some kind of creature, and there was a corpse there. Yeah! You just showed us that. Literal seconds ago. Requires a super missile. Cool. Yeah, the problem with writing a warrior poet is you need to have the ability to write as a poet. You know, I hate to keep comparing this game to Prime, but you know one of the things I enjoy most in Prime? I'll say Prime 1 to be very specific. I'll give you a hint. It's running around scanning everything. Getting all those little bits of flavor and lore and all that fun stuff. It's great. You'll never make it epic. Never! I mean, Prime also knows how to be understated in its lore. There's a lot of quietly horrifying things, especially in the Space Pirate logs in Prime 1, that really just understate how the pirates work as an organization. Am I stuck? Does anybody know what to do here? Because I obviously don't. And I can't go into first-person mode anymore. I can't get in here. I can't interact with anything. Yeah, exactly, casual. Oh my god, what do you want to bet? Sakamoto was like, oh man, those Resident Evil games, that's what Metroid should be. But serious this time, none of that cheesy nonsense. Oh, what do you want to bet? It's the one right at the end. No? Okay. That is something I'm not going to argue. Listen, I know you hate for me to play Yakuza 0. I don't blame you, Epic. Where are we? We need... What? Okay, no, okay, apparently we were going the right way? Oh no, 100% Estimate. Oh yeah, enemy respawns. So that's cool. It 100% wants me to go this way. But there's nothing here. There's... Okay, there's straight up nothing this way, so it has to be back. It has to be. So we can go kill all those enemies again. Hey, Will King. Yeah, no, this game's so good. It's so good. Worth noting, I cannot enter... Oh, there we go. Never mind. I might actually look up a walkthrough for a Metroid game. Thank you very much for the sub, Epic. Just... Let me write that down. Yeah, Will King, that's a new one for me. So, Yakuza Block 1, Doom Block, Resident Evil Block. Much appreciated. Thank you. Alright, hang on. So, Metroid Hanar, my walkthrough, which makes sense, right? Right? A Metroid Hanar would be a good walkthrough. Oh no, there are several Metroid games that have walkthrough-itis. Super has walkthrough-itis, and I will give a negative for that moment when we get there. And Prime 1, getting the relics, you know? Like, it's not like it's unheard of, but usually that's for, you know, the latter end of the game, not here. Okay, hang on, come on.
Samus, proceed through the hatch I just unlocked. Your next destination is a little further ahead.
Oh yeah, don't forget that a lot of the locked doors we run into are thanks to him being a dick. So just keep that in mind. We'll talk more about this thing later. Notice he also locked the door behind us. No reason. Just being a dick. Oh yeah, no, the first-person bits, for all the crap that I spit at this game, and there's quite a bit, I think the exploration bits might actually be the worst part of the game. Like, objectively, you know? Like, even what I'm doing right now isn't really combat. This is just... Oh my god. Give me a second. Okay, moving on. Yeah, it's padding, but it's also jarring padding. And remember, even when you're doing the exploration and not shooting at a thing, it is still the same actual vehicle of gameplay. Lock on, hit button. Come on, there we go. Sure. Yeah, those bugs right now are probably the best bit of guidance I've seen in the entire game, and that's pathetic. Hang on, stand in front of the thing for a few seconds. Missiles are up to 15 now. You know what? I feel like we should refill our missiles. Why don't I stand here for a minute? There we go. There we go. Missiles refilled. Isn't it great how they have... just... Moving on. It's actually so screwed up, it's actually difficult for me to properly explain how bad of a recovery mechanic that is. And it's worth noting, Metroid's recovery mechanics aren't super great to begin with the spawning enemy health refill spots. But, like, that was not the correct move. Alright, so usually in Metroid games, along with most video games ever, items are dropped from enemies, and those items allow you to recover, whether in the form of potions or direct health ups. You see this in Mario, you see this in Mega Man, you see this in Metroid, you see this in Castlevania, you see this in Final Fantasy. It is a very, 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 very common method. It makes sense. It's one of those methods that doesn't really need a whole lot of iteration because the entire vector is progress forwards in order to recover. It encourages you, the player, to do in order to get back into optimal status rather than not doing or withdrawing. Now, that doesn't work for every genre, of course. There are other things that can work for and blah, blah, blah. But the general idea is reward the player for playing the game. In extreme examples, like, say, Doom 4 or 5, this could take the place of literally rewarding you for killing enemies by giving you mechanics that enable you to then progress further into killing more enemies to allow you to... momentum, right? Now, imagine that you have a game where the way that you recover is you hold your controller up into the air, Hold down a button for a second. And then you're good. Already, this has screwed up twice. Because in the first hand, you were encouraging the player to stop playing the game. Just to be like, hold up. Red light, red light. And just sit there for a second while recovering before you can actually progress. Now, that's not the end of the world, but the second problem with that is it removes so many tools from a game that is so combat-focused. In many cases, the only reason to kill enemies is because you literally have to progress. In fact, I have a strong theory that the main reason why this game relies on red doors so much is because they had to, otherwise players would just completely avoid combat. I also cannot believe they required you to do that kind of a jumping puzzle just to get up here. I know players who cannot do that and do not have the timing of that maneuver that I just did memorized. I should mention, I'm kind of good at Metroid games. So... Hang on. Got an idea. Why don't I stand here for a second? Yeah, by the way, you can do it in combat, too. Obviously, it's harder for me because I can't just raise the controls, but you can. Also, I love how irritating jumping on enemies is, especially when that's like the primary vehicle of killing them. There's nothing I enjoy more than making an enemy that really should only be killed in one way. That's annoying. I should mention that I actually have Waggle B bound completely. So, you might be right, Rex. Yeah, the head's on the tail over there, the blue thing. This is that one Spore challenge mode. See you around, Blake Javal. Have fun, be well. Take care. Now, if I was a terrible reviewer, what I'd say here is, ugh, they've taken away the essence of the true Metroid player by making it so easy to wall jump that all the normies will be able to now wall jump, and that's so terrible that other people can play the video game I like. Ugh. Look, I like Super plenty, but wall jump is stupid in that game. Depends on who you ask, Cashel. Listen, when I was young, Rex, I played games on the NES, and it was accessible to everyone. All these newfangled buttons, there's just too many of them. It's just too much for the new gamer. We need to bring it back to basics and make sure that people can play this game. All kinds of people can play this game, whether they have a bunch of buttons or not. For the record, I'm not making that up. That's the actual answer. Yeah, no, the wall jump, I have years of experience with the wall jump in Super. It's not well designed. The only reason it's not more negatives than it is because it's only actually supposed to be used once in the entire game. Can you go in there, Samus? For real, it's a hole. Your tank body Samus, go to the hole! Oh, sorry, what I meant to say is, with some great concertation, I realized to my annoyance that Samus was refusing to go through the hole. Oh god, what game was that where they wanted to simplify combat? Was that DMC? And so, like, the combat was designed where you didn't have to hit buttons in the right order, or facing the right way, or in conjunction with the buttons, or for different durations. You just mash the controller and just stuff happens. Okay, hold on. Hey, asshole? Could you open the frickin' door? That might have been one of the fighting games. I do remember that. I don't remember which game that was. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go this way for literal lack of any other option. Except we physically can't. What do you want from me, game? Yeah, Samus, he's eating a sandwich. Okay. You know, one of these days people will stop making facilities for, you know, evil science. I'll be out of a job on that day, but, you know, it'd be a nice break. Gotta go check the men's bathroom. Very important. Oh, hey, I can charge faster. I was going to complain earlier that my charge beam charged really slowly. Listen, I'm just saying it's something we should discuss, Alex. That's all I'm trying to say. I remember this door. Or this elevator. I don't remember why, but I remember a friend of mine, Gary, I mentioned him earlier, was having a really hard time getting up here, and he actually had to ask me to help him get up here, and I don't remember why. I think we'll find out as we're going through this. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll admit these controls are certainly a thing. No, aim up. Aim up at the thing. Or, okay. Yeah, we don't want to put Puzzle Co. out of business. That's ridiculous. Well, that's 2 more buttons in this game, Hasiura. Okay, do you want me to, like, do this? You do, don't you? Okay, hang on. Really, game? Okay, memory's coming back. I even knew that was going to happen. It was still worth it. Anyways, let's do it again. Hang on. Just want to make sure I got that. I did not get that. Okay. They actually do mention that our comms are working. Specifically ours. Probably because we're using ridiculous super tech. More or less literally magic science. But, you know. As we all know, magic is USB compatible. Got this right. That would be kind of interesting, frankly. What I find funniest is the Chozo are like these super mega death race of incredible advancement. And yet, you know, all the issues that befell them over the years. Although I suppose that's primarily in the Prime series, but, you know, still. But real talk, when I finally got to the top of this the first time, those 2 guys right at the door hitting me, knocked me back into the pit, and I had to go back up the pit again. Now, there's nothing in my way the second time, but it's just, it was that extra little screw you know? That extra little bit of, nah. I'm actually not sure how long it's going to be before we get to the point where it's new for me. I don't have a good vibe on how long this game is. Not really. Or rather, we don't have grapple authorized. Yes, I think we don't. Let me double check that. Yep, no grapple authorized. Cool. Thanks. Thanks for that, Adam. Damn it, I've lost the pacing. I cannot unball now. Okay, the timing's different. I think that's the problem. I don't know how I did it earlier. And yeah, that's visually unpleasant, isn't it? Oh, I apologize for that noise. That visual noise. Yeah, the authorization thing has never not been stupid. Word go. The infamous scene of authorization we haven't reached yet. You know, the one everyone knows about. Oh yeah, did I mention this game has jump scares? So, it's a good time to mention that the Metroid series has never been horror. As I talked about earlier, it is dread. Now that's my own terminology, but I stand by it. Because it's a good way to describe the difference between the two. I mentioned that because this game is trying much harder to be a horror game. Obviously, I feel it is to its detriment. Things like that jump scare or the corpse reveal earlier are good examples of horror. Or at least an attempt at horror. I'm not going to do the bomb jump trick there again, just to save everyone's eyes. You know, this will also be the only Metroid game I've never 100%ed, because this is the first time I played all the way through, and I am not 100%ing. That's doubly sad, given how easy that is to do, relatively speaking. Because there are not a lot of things in this game. Kind of, but not really, Alex. Is the answer to your question. Okay, so this is a thing. Okay, I couldn't even move there. Hold up. And we're dead. Oh, maybe not. And now we can progress. Oh, this game had a huge budget, but I don't have numbers off the top of my head. So what normally happens in a game like this is you do something like that, you scan it and say, ah, that type of thing requires that type of power-up. You then memorize either the name or the look of it. Oh, excuse me. And then you use that going forwards, right? It's like, ah, okay, I need to use such and such for those kinds of things. Cool. Association. And here, they don't really do that kind of association thing all that well. So you just kind of have to periodically, know the thing to use. All I can say to that Gum Gum is thumbs down. Okay. Yes, that's right. Regular enemies with long and bold phases. Because P-hats were peak game design. My favorite thing about the dodge thing, since dodge is activated by moving and not, I don't know, a dodge button, it's extraordinarily unreliable as a regular dodge method. Like right there, I just dodged without meaning to, but several times when they shoot me, I don't dodge when I want to. That's cool. Yeah, these are just an enemy. It's just a room. I actually do like the idea of every enemy being a boss, and in fact, I've done that myself when it comes to D&D. But that requires a lot of thought and effort to go into, designing each boss encounter to be worth a damn. Instead of whatever this is. Yay! Charged beams will scatter after impact. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I was trying to do that too, Rex. Just tap, 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 like that. Just to try and get it to trigger. Nah, I'm good, Zach Taft. I got this. That's a good point. Hey, Adam, am I authorized to use this gun I found? Never figured out why it just sometimes magically doesn't let me use guns. I do not know why that happens. Game. They really want you to use the dodge roll, too. I should probably mention something. I haven't really talked about this yet, but the dodge roll is perfect iframes. You are completely invincible the whole time doing it. Which, in a game with good controls, would make this game way too easy. I know that sounds like a weird way to phrase that, but it's true. If this game had legitimately solid controls, you would crush it. Like a bug. You have perfect invincibility, which can be triggered infinitely and at will with no cooldown. And every enemy in the game has a melee attack that you can just use to absolutely body it, which requires getting right up in its face, which requires dodging up into its face. And, of course, you can just heal after combat like I just did. I feel like this is part of that whole we want a Metroid for everyone thing. Because again, we want as high of sales figures as possible for this. That is conjecture, though. And thank you for reminding me that I'm supposed to be clipping, Mr. Red. I keep forgetting. I'll get back into the swing, but I swear. I mean, I might not, but, you know. Hold on. Okay. That's what I thought.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Oh, God. Imagine if this was just the format of Metroid going forwards. Oh, did I mention that dodging also charges your charge weapon almost instantly? So, that's another thing. Yeah, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Every now and again a game or a franchise actually needs to die. Well, maybe die is a little bit too harsh, but a game franchise needs to just go on hiatus for a while, right? That's true for shows, it's true for movies, it's true for games, books. And for all the reasons, right? You don't want someone to get tired of your franchise, you don't want to run out of ideas, you don't want there to be fatigue from people who are experiencing fatigue. But also, you want negative enforcement. You want people to be like, you know, I wish we had a such and such again. Wasn't it great when we had such and such? And people will start to think more fondly of what you had before, start to miss it, and start to want more of it. That's when you come back. I'm not sure if I'm actually hitting these guys. I hit the one guy, but I haven't been able to hit these other guys. Aim differently? The example I always like to use, as with all things, is Star Trek. Star Trek TOS needed to die with Season 3. Needed to go to bed and just sit there and stop getting worse, because Season 3 was pretty bad. It was clearly going downhill. They had some time, get some time away, you know, the animated series, we don't talk about that. Then the movies started coming out, and hey. Okay, this is ridiculous. Oh yeah, TNG as a concept was great. Why do you think they called it The Next Generation? Keep in mind, it had been approximately one generation, a little less than a generation, actually. Since, oh my god. There we go. Since we'd had a Star Trek. So, hey, cool. There were other reasons, of course. Mostly Gene Roddenberry being a dick, but... It's all he knew, man. Come on, what do you want from him? I think the last time I checked, the number is about 23 years, Alex, so... Obviously, that's averaged and varies, and blah, 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 but that's the number I tend to use. 23 years. I should mention that's not me doing that on purpose. I'm not trying to make anyone feel nauseous, otherwise unpleasanted. That's just the game. Why is that not working all of a sudden? By the way, another thing the Wii was pretty infamous for was all of a sudden having tons and tons, and we're dead, tutorial things pop up out of nowhere. Like, throughout the whole game. Twilight Princess, the original version, was actually kind of infamous for that. Well, let's do that entire fight all over again. Oh yeah, you like the Metal Gear Solid call down there. Okay, sure, that might as well be a thing that happened. We done here? This way or that way? I think this way. I think. Yep, it's butt mouth. Most terrifying of all the mouth butters. Yeah, okay. This is the way. No, Jeremy is his formal name. Buttmouth, he says to his friends. This is not where I wanted to be. Okay. Enemies do respawn, but I think you mean sub-bosses and stuff. That's another thing. Why do enemies respawn in a game where the enemies give you nothing for killing them? And you only need to kill them the one time through in order to progress. Oh, God, that's even worse, Mr. Ed. Oh, God, that's a terrible, terrible thought. So, hold on. I want to go that way? Okay, hold on. Oh, also, negative from map. Which is impressive considering that, you know, Super and Fusion both had better maps than this. I mean, I would never hire a Decepticon for anything SACTAF, so that's easy. Samus is out of my price range, though. And Fett's evil, so there's your answer. Ooh, Quiznos, that sounds good. Well, several of the good Metroid games have the terrain change as a result of stuff you're doing throughout the course of the game. So, yeah, respawns in that case makes sense. Although that's not even respawns at that point. That's just new enemies. But I am still firmly in favor of that concept. I mean, that's a tough one. Are you feeling something heartier or something more delicious, Ross? Because good ramen's delicious, but Chipotle will fill you up, you know? No, Imperial Star Destroyer. All the Quiznos around here, and where I used to live, and where I used to live before that, have all died. Yeah, Maruchan is no. I'll never recommend that. Like I said, do you want delicious? Do you want filling? There it is. I'm thinking a negative for guidance. What do you think? What do you think? That... okay. Well, that didn't help. We actually... my brother-in-law bought a SodaStream thing. Not actually SodaStream, but, you know, a home seltzer thing. And that's what we transitioned into. Seltzer. Raw seltzer water. Yeah, the guidance in this game isn't. Oh, I love seltzer water. Whoa! That's my thing there. Hang on. I do love salsa. I know nobody follows my Twitter, but I once made a salsa, and I shared it. I shared the recipe on Twitter. And if you saw the one I'm talking about, you know that was really good. Like, I need to make that again sometime. That was just so good. What did you think of it, Ross? This is when you're like, oh man, it was terrible. Because that'd be my luck, right? Okay. Jinyu Ramen. You can tell I'm really engaged in this game here. Do you mean Jinya Ramen? With an A? The grid square system. Well, you see. First there's your grids, right? You make them out of squares. But then, throw them through a loop and you have a rect... I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Looks like they do have one a ways from here. Oh my goodness. That's... that would be a trip. That's down at that city I'm not going to say out loud, but that would be a trip to get down there. Hey, Cookie Dude. Thank you, as always. Much obliged. Much appreciated. I'll put towards Xenogears and 2 more things of your choice if you'd like to. I should grab a save state because this game is this game, and this is the Dolphin, which is not known for its thingy. Words. It's not known for its stability. There we go. Okay, let's do this. Somehow. Still trying to get up there. I don't actually figure that out. Let's just try this. There we go. Okay.
We're gonna head out in a minute. You're gonna, instead of doing a cookout, we're just gonna get dinner out somewhere.
Okay. Snow cones, if you want to join us.
No, I think I won't. I do appreciate the
No worries.
invite, though. Thank you.
Have fun. Wait, did I turn the illusion on? Okay. But what's the point of that? Okay, well, I admit, Gum Gum, I'm sort of lost by your question because you're essentially asking me, hey, Laura, what do you think of numbers? It's like, well, the numbers are definitely very numbery. You can count to 10, you know, if you're good. I can't count to 10. That's beyond me. Like, there's clearly a mark there, and like... so missiles are no. Let's try getting out of first-person mode. Oh my god! Get out of first-person mode. There we go. Okay. Let's try this. Hey! God, this is another one. I have to be in, like, the perfect spot things. There we go. I must become one with the ball. Yeah, just epilepsy warning over the whole game, I think. You know, just the whole game. You're welcome. Now die. Yeah, imagine if the whole game was first person. Could you imagine? Oh, the fever dreams of a madman. Okay. What's the speedrun record for this game? No reason. Just curious. We'll go with any percent. And 100%, if they even have such a category. So they might not. Oh my god. 2 hours 11 minutes. Is that the any percent or the 100%? I have to kill the guy too. Hey, baby.
And a dress.
What are you showing me? Oh my goodness. Hang on.
I have shorts on with a dress.
Can I see your dress? Don't show me the shorts, show me the dress.
I'm wearing this again.
It looks good. Super good dress. And now to eat your hair.
No, hold on. I have to tell you something.
She's taking my hand. Help! Help! Ah, my hand! She took my hand. I must take it back.
Not helping.
Oh, okay. I'll take your hand then.
I get it. Yay!
Oh, I like your shoes too.
I'm wearing them again.
Yep. Here, let me
They're
help you out.
actually sandals.
Let me help you out.
No.
You never? Why won't you let me help you up?
Never.
Give me your hand.
Never.
Okay, I'll bury you in a pillow then. There you go. Hey, don't get out from under the pillow. How dare you?
Can.
You see what I have to work with?
No. Ew. Stinky.
Gotcha.
Stinky shoe.
Gotcha.
Stinky shoe.
Ugh, it killed me.
Leg hug.
Leg hug?
Yeah.
What's a leg hug?
When you hug somebody's leg with your feet.
With your feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Leg hug. Leg hug.
No, you're dead.
Leg hug. Leg hug.
Leg hug.
I am now alive and a zombie. Give me your brains. Give me your brains. You'll never destroy me. Oh, I'm back. And I'm not a zombie this time. I'm a vampire. Vampire, give me your blood. Give it to me. You must give me your blood.
No. I don't want to die. Leg hug again.
Ah, okay. I'm not a vampire. I'm not a zombie. But I am a robot.
Silly robot.
I will now eat the hair that is Noodles. No, wait. Ah, wait. Can I just borrow some hair?
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
No.
Ah, okay, fine. Here, give me a hug before you go.
Backwards.
Backwards hug. I love you, kiddo. Go have fun.
Okay, but we're not there yet.
Well, go there so you can have fun. Obviously. So, anyways, that was the adorableness for the day. That's our adorable quotient for the day. All right, I'm fighting this guy. Stop. Oh, did you notice that these are the enemies you have to jump on top of? Which we're fighting in a narrow corridor. They do look like alphas, or no. Epsilons? Oh god, I don't remember. They look like one of the later ones. Tomatillos, peppers, onion, garlic, lime, avocado. Oh my god, that sounds good. Nice place. Oh no, we're fighting random monstrosities. Something that I actually applaud the series for is the eponymous Metroids don't actually have a lot of presence in many of the games. And I know that sounds strange, but in my experience, a lot of games get locked into the idea of we have to include the such and such, even when it's clear that there's really no reason for them to be there other than the fact that it's either in the name of the title or it's iconic to the series or whatever. And I'm just tired of that. Very, very tired of it. So. Hell, even Super Metroid doesn't actually do that much with Metroids. The game that arguably does the most with Metroids overall is 2. We'll talk about that in a few days. I'm really not sure how long Other M's going to take me. It's, not sure how long it's going to be as a game. It's weird. I mean, yeah, Gum. Like, it's a weird question. Navy and Army, and Air Force, and Space Force. And then you gotta have the MPs, then the Coast Guard. Kinda, yeah, Alex. The Metroids are extremely high tier. They are, to this very day, despite all the stuff we've seen in this franchise, pretty much the highest tier Predators. Like, they are the apex Predators, Metroids. I don't want to go too much into spoilers, but they were engineered to be that way. Yeah, the only thing that comes close to the Metroids are the X-Parasites, which the Metroids were specifically built to combat. Well, we also stopped a while to talk and discuss how terrible this game was, Rex, so who knows, maybe... I'm sure we have nothing new to talk about going forwards, right? Hell, we haven't even... I just realized they haven't even mentioned the deleter yet. Oh, that's a cool thing that happened. Yeah, if the Space Pirates hadn't tried to weaponize the Metroids, they honestly probably would have never been an issue. Well, I'm pretty sure I know exactly how a Metroid versus Predator fight would go. God dang it. Metroid would be like, Lomp. Actually, Mother Brain is not a Metroid. We'll talk more about what Mother Brain is in a bit. Or I guess we can talk about it now. We don't have a lot going on right now. I'm trying to navigate this stupid side. Turn around! Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Stop doing the thing that you're doing! Stop it! Stop it! God damn it. 2 games in a row where the controls are crap. Is the Mother Brain smart? The Mother Brain was a computer built by the Chozo and designed to have psychic powers, to put that as very, very simply as possible. But she was a Chozo invention. How do you want me to deal with this game? Like, can I even do it from over here? Yeah, the Mother Brain is a fairly advanced computer. There. And yes, they started patterning the Mother Brain at the Federation because the Federation are known for being very, very smart. And they use them to make their biotech computers to run their space stations and ships and all kinds of fun stuff. God, no, Gum. That's just gross. Thanks for opening me into that game. I appreciate you. There's actually a technique I am trying to do on purpose, and I'm failing at it. It's when you do the... Well, okay, that works, but it's when you do a dodge roll, and then without having to actually charge, you do a charge attack. I've pulled it off once so far. I think you're right, Baron. Notice nothing anywhere tells you can do that, of course, because screw you. We're going to over-tutorialize basic gameplay functions and none of the actual techniques or kit that exist in the game. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's what I want in my life If there is, I don't know about it. Ugh, what was that? Move! Move! A damn game! I mean, the controls are garbage. Like, hot garbage. But no, I think this game has more serious issues than terrible controls. I already gave it, Rex. But yeah. But yeah, the game is overtuned to hell and back. Especially for a Metroid game. I'm pretty sure they did that because, hey, you know, you can refill your health at will, right? And I'm dead. Another funny thing about Other M is it's almost universally ignored as a part of the franchise. But they could probably port this to the Switch. They've ported plenty of other Wii games to the Switch, and it's worked out just fine. I like the fact that he's just watching the show this whole time. Like, this is entertainment for him, you know? Just watching Samus get the snot beat out of her while she's beating the snot out of other things. Oh yeah, did I mention that that grapple wrestling attack thing can fail to actually grab the enemy? You probably saw that earlier against the worm, but you've noticed it a few times here as well if you're paying attention. And I point that out because, generally speaking, when you take control away from the player and do a cutscene move like that, you just auto-select and auto-win because you've taken control away from the player, so you need it to grapple, for lack of a better way to put it, immediately to the target, without all of the vagaries of how, you know, screwed up that can get in the heat of the moment. And you can just, you know, fail, because duh. That was strange. No, 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 no! Get out of the mode! Oh my god! I did not mean to do that. Go shoot then. And then dodge, maybe? No? Okay. Oh, God. Literally 1 health now. So, I was locked in the cutscene of the throw and couldn't do anything, and that's why I died. That was great. This game is so good, you have no idea. No, this is pretty painful. Ugh, I like how it does that too. Thank God for the AoE shot. I didn't even realize until the last attempt I even had it. Charge shot is usually not something I use in these games. Unless it's to vacuum in health, of course. God damn, that's half my health, too. I don't know if you saw that. For them grappling me. I don't know if there's a way out of that either. Game? Game? No! 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 Do this fight again. But I'm gonna have to. Hey, Adam, could you authorize the use of my frickin' armor, please? Uh, 500 to what? Gameplay or story, Mr. Rick? 'Cause that's gonna change that equation a lot. Oh, I'm sure. So what tends to happen when there's a crap thing like this is it gets defenders. Because people like to feel unique. No judgment, I like to feel unique too. But one of the ways that a lot of people will try to feel unique is they'll have bad controls. Is they will be like, oh, well, I'm going to defend this thing that nobody else is, right? I mean, how many times have you seen those videos titled something like, you know, this game you love is actually crap, or this game everyone hates is actually good? It's the same general concept. And yeah, Pendulum Effect is directly related to this concept of wanting to be unique and special and amazing. And I'm the only one who gets how much of a masterpiece this game is. So I guarantee you, with 100% certainty, that I will get people defending this game in the comments with that exact mentality in mind. Damn, this mode is so awful. Can't even put into words how awful this is to control. I really cannot. You know what's funny? I said this walking into this. I even said this today. I had no real expectations of this game. And it's entirely possible this game is actually going to be super amazingly awesome and blah, 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 blah. I stand by the score we've given it so far. 100% of the way. Or don't move at all? Jesus, game. One of these days I'm going to figure out why I can only shoot twice in a row sometimes. It's really weird. See? I can't shoot a third time. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Get out of the mode. Okay, okay. No, why? God damn you, game. Oh, thank God. Ugh. I was going to have to do that fight another time. It's licking the honey? That's weird.
Some creatures use the powers of others to capture their prey. Watching this disgusting beast, I felt as though it was feeding off my power as well. At the same time, a thought crossed my mind. That howl I heard earlier, could this creature have been the source?
Samus, head to the biosphere test area in your current sector. There should be some important information about this facility in that exam center. The other members are en route. Quickly, go meet them there.
Cool. Yeah, but how do I... Yeah, have you ever thought about, like, nature? Like, whoa, right? Just, whoa. Sometimes nature, like, nature's it up, dude. And it's like, whoa. Anyways. Sorry. Grab a save state in case we have crash issues. Like you do. An evil Moogle. So, a Moogle. I need to look up the name of the boss we just fought. I don't even know what it's called. There it is. It's like, what is the name of this stupid thing? This is apparently actually our 4th boss. It's counting mini bosses as bosses. I guess that makes sense. Because, like, Crocomire is usually listed as a boss, so sure, whatever. I am with Will King, though. Not Alex, though. I'm not with Alex. Alex is my ancient nemesis. Once I am finally able to destroy Alex, I will, at long last, be able to be free of the nightmare that is my life. I'll be allowed to die, as was foretold. Let me guess, even though this canonically happens right after Super, I don't have the suit. That's okay. It's okay. They made an excuse. They ensured that we aren't authorized to use the suit. No, there's actually plenty of music playing. I'm surprised you can't hear it. But then again, maybe I'm not. The audio balance is not what I'd call great. But no, there's no music in the save rooms. Anyways, Will King is right. If someone enjoys this game, good. Absolutely good. Hell, I know someone who enjoys Kingsfield 4, and I think that's absolutely freaking insane. But it's there, and it's true, and that's fine. That doesn't change my own judgment on the matter, or the review. But it is nevertheless something worth mentioning. The point of these reviews, I think some people get this weird perspective that I'm like every other reviewer on the internet, and I'm trying to convince you of something, which is not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong for liking something or disliking something. That's your business, not mine. You know what's really sad, Rex? Ditto. I hit this weird sweet spot when I was playing this game the first time, or more accurately the second time, where I just kind of got into a groove about it. And was just kind of, like, I don't want to say enjoying it. It's like, okay, most of you probably don't actually understand this, but it's like late at night, you're just tired, you don't really have enough energy to play any video games or do anything engaging, and you just turn on the TV. And whatever's there is there, and it's fine. It's not bad. It's not something you'd watch if you had a choice on the matter. And it's not something that's engaging you in any ways. It's just there. And you just kind of watch it and just veg. And I know that all sounds like an insult, and it kind of is, but that's the groove I got into when I was playing this. It was just, yeah, okay, it's just kind of generically there. Cool. And I was enjoying it for what it was worth. And then I reached the scene. You know the one. And I've never been past that point. I really hope you're here for the scene, for anybody in chat who hasn't seen it. How far in is it? You know, I don't really remember, because as I just kind of gave away, this game kind of blurred a little bit. Hang on, let's look up the list of bosses. Wow, that's actually farther into the game than I thought. So, it's actually the fifth? Yeah, fifth to last boss in the game. Wow. So it's gonna be a minute. Sorry. So I'm not sure where to go here. It's a weird one. Okay. Right. One second. Sorry, give me 1 second here. I do apologize. Okay, done. Ah. Oh, good, Alex. I'm glad you like the Quiznos. I feel like it actually does want me to go this way. Even though that's extremely stupid. Suddenly I'm playing Mega Man Legends 2. By the way, not that I'm going to bash this game for it, but to really emphasize the type of game this is. So everything's slowed down when you're underwater, right? Well, the thing is, everything's slowed down. Just the game applies a slow effect on the game. Which means even something like picking up an item is slower than it should be because the game is slowed down. Just, you know, I point that out. Cool. Also, for what it's worth, I kind of like Witcher 1 as well. I suppose that's not what I would call a glowing recommendation, but I stand by it. I enjoyed it for what it was. Witcher 2 can go directly to hell, and I will never play that game again. That game was bad, 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 bad. See, Yura just likes collecting the cards, clearly. I'm joking. It's obvious. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Alex. I got distracted by family things. I knew it, Yura! J'accuse! I don't know what I'm accusing you of, but my golly. There's some accusations going on there. Oh, my back. So first and foremost, thank you, Alex, very, very much. Always appreciate your support. Thank you. Do you know why it was his favorite game? I think that's the most neutral way I could possibly approach that. Nina the Hollower. F14 Dawn Trail. And Citizen Sleeper. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were joking. Because Lord knows, that would just be my luck. Thank you, Alex. Listen, you underestimate how many stupid people I've encountered in my life, Alex. Listen, I know this is your favorite game out, Mr. Ed, but that's just because you have terrible, terrible taste. What's wrong with you? I mean, hi. Oh no, I absolutely prefer Witcher 1 over 2, and that's not just because of the good health thing. Speedwitch! ISD, what's your reasons? Oh, by the way, I want to know, the way this game sucks, check this out. You saw that, right? Now, that wouldn't have happened if I did it in first-person mode. Because the game really, really, really wants you to use first-person mode. Have you noticed how almost every enemy, and I do mean almost all of them, have a first-person mode thing you could use against them? And how most of the enemies, every boss has a first-person thing, and missiles are used all over the place, and you have to target something to scan it, or to charge at it, or whatever. Like this. Too far away, though. They were in love with this mechanic. To the point where it's kind of disgusting? I think it's the word I want to use. Not like, you know, puppies getting eaten by Valerian disgusting, but it's, you know, it's somewhere on the list. What's that? Well, listen, I'm pretty sure this is Alex's favorite game. In honor of his father. So, story is one of the big reasons for me too, ISD. Although, you're right, it's probably for different reasons. Witcher 2 tried to be a much more political story, which normally I'd be in favor of. They also cranked the bleak meter up. Hard. Witcher 2 is a very despairing story, where there is no hope, things will not get better, and everything is awful. And I legitimately had a few depressive issues from Witcher 2. Because it was just that level of what I usually jokingly refer to as Eastern European. And yeah, so the plot had a lot of issues. On top of everything else. I'm not even getting into the fact that it was very much not a Geralt story. Like that. You see how slow that was? It's because everything slowed down. And then there's the gameplay, which is trash. The game is incredibly badly optimized, to the point where it runs badly on much, much better computers than it actually needs. It has loading issues, it has clipping issues, it has graphics issues, it has stutter, it has input problems. The combat is tremendously overtuned because they hadn't actually figured out how to do it. Like, the simplest way I can describe Witcher 2's combat, or gameplay, excuse me, the whole gameplay axis is, it's clear they were experimenting with a new engine, and so they sacrificed an entire game to do that. Not entirely uncommon, but still a little on the frustrating side. And that's why I don't want to play Witcher 2 ever again. And I never will. Darksiders 2 is a maybe. Why can't I shoot? That was really strange. I mean, yeah, no, it's kind of funny, because I actually applaud their strategy. It's the same general thing I would do. Testbed games are a valid technique. You know, no judgment on that front. Plenty of games have done that. Thrown out tech demos in place of games in order to try and figure out what the hell they're doing. I feel like a bomb jumped that, but whatever. I think The Witchers is what Magister's talking about. The Witchers in general were kind of on a soft veto list back in the day. All of them. I told people that I would go ahead and accept covering Witcher 1 the moment people, as long as it had been 1 month after people stopped asking about it. Which did finally happen, and because I'm a man of my word, I went ahead and covered it. Enjoyed it more than I thought I would, but of course then I had to immediately cover Witcher 2. I regretted that one. I almost didn't cover Witcher 3. Some of you probably remember that Witcher 3 was a game I purchased to support the studio with no intention of ever playing it. And it took a fair amount of convincing by a fair amount of viewers to get me to finally pick up and play Witcher 3. Now, I rather enjoyed Witcher 3's story, so right call and all that. Can I? There we go. This game. Even the collision is weird in this game. Could you please? Thank you. A Game of Thrones MMO. Speaking as someone who has studied MMOs for a huge portion of his career, that is a terrible idea. Well, I'm just glad we can all thank Amazon for finally breaking the record that Richard Gary had set for fastest failing MMO. Nexon? Oh my god. Are you joking, Ross? Okay, so hold on. Nexon are usually publishers, not developers. Oh, shoot. But yeah, Nexon are where MMOs go to die. They are scum. They are... They destroy MMOs. That's their modus operandi. Nexon, you've never heard of Nexon because you don't live in Korea or Asia in general, but their market is, well, there's a reason I usually call them the Korean MMOs, is because Korean MMOs are their whole other thing. So, like, Korean MMOs are a different animal than other MMOs. They're usually designed with a completely different purpose and intent in mind. They're usually vacuous. They usually have things like auto battle, auto move, auto quest. Not all of those in the same game, although there are complete AFK MMOs. That is a thing that exists. They absolutely like the gacha format, and they lean into over-monetization to a stupid degree. The Nexon themselves tend to screw over every decent company that gets under them. Cough, cough. Guild Wars. Yeah, Lineage 2 is probably the textbook of the Korean MMO, but Dakota's right. We're well past the point where that's, as bad as it gets. Last I checked, Mr. Red. I could be wrong about that, though. Lord knows that they were trying pretty hard to shut down Guild Wars 2 recently. Failed, thankfully, but that was an attempt. Yeah, Nexon, that's what Nev says is also true. Nexon has not only been doing gacha, they have been lying about gacha, which, for the record, is illegal, at least in some jurisdictions. Like, I know that sounds like a strange thing, but you're not supposed to literally cheat when it comes to, you know, the rate at which a casino or a slot machine pays out. That's a pretty big no-no. Point in case, the only reason we know the drop rates of certain items in certain Western developed games is because they're released in those markets, and the release of that information publicly is mandatory. Oh, this is a boss battle? I'm only mentioning it because it hasn't really been that long since our last boss battle. There's a lot of bosses in this game. It's kind of weird. It's okay, we fight this guy several times, so, you know. Repetition is awesome. I noticed when I was looking up the boss fights, several of them had, you fight this guy 3 times. You fight this guy 5 times. And that's not a great sign. Yeah, Black Desert Online is a game I do not recommend unless you're very solidly into PvP. It has some things going for it. It's probably one of the better of that style of MMOs, to be honest with you. But you have to be part of that target audience to begin with. The UI. I'm with you on that. That could be cool, Cashel. Like, Black Desert Online doesn't get quite as much ire from me because it at least has actual gameplay design and some elements to it other than just being a gotcha trap. So, bit of a low bar, admittedly. Yeah, by the way, the numbers here are up to date, Grumpy. So, think of that what you will. I think I'm going the wrong way. I think we can go this way. Yep. Yeah, mechanically sound. That's a good way to put that. It goes pretty far down from BDO. Sadly. I'm honestly curious. Like, yeah, back before the Dragon expansion came out, Magister. This is a few years ago. The general consensus from everything I've read is that a combination of the Dragon expansion being a smash success and the Shadowlands bump is what saved Guild Wars 2. So Anthony is the only freaking character in this game worth a damn. He's actually got a decent voice actor. He has some legitimate chemistry and character. And, I guess that's it. It's not much to go off of, which is why it's still a question mark. But he is, without hyperbole, the best character in this game. Yeah, he's the guy's like, remember me? He might not deserve a full positive by his own. We'll decide as we go through. He's good in, like, the one scene he's been in. Excuse me, 2 scenes. But yeah, he's just... That is a good question, Hero, which I don't think I am fully capable... Oh, God, you remember this? So, okay, I'm just... Speaking of things I didn't like about this game. You like how they like to repeat dungeon challenges? This is pure conjecture. I have no evidence for this whatsoever. But given Sakamoto's constant insistence on approaching this game like it was Metroid 1, I legitimately believe that he really was designing this game like it was a NES game. And for those of you not aware, Metroid 1 had a lot of repeat corridors and rooms. Literal copy-pasting in order to save on memory on the cart. Actually, I have 2, Yura. To my knowledge, the only ones that exist, but I'm probably wrong. They're in storage, so I can't haul them out, sorry. But yeah, I have one for Classic and one for X. I pulled them out during the run. When we were going through the Mega Mans. So, something Shadowlands has over BFA. Nope. One good zone is not something it has over BFA. BFA has 4 good zones. Arguably 5, but definitely 4. Zelda's art has too much good in it for me to dismiss it outright. A lot of world building. A lot of world building of the Zandalari trolls and the Loa. The different Loa, each of which react to you differently and have different types of quest chains. Everything to do with Zool was awesome in that zone. The layout, yeah, I'll give you that one. No. His name is just Zool. So you remember that fight we just did? Notice it's only been a couple of minutes, and that's with a little bit of roaming. So, would I want Kojima to do a Metroid game? No! I don't want Kojima to do any game ever that I care about. Put him over there in the corner. Far, far away from me, please. Well, you see, Magister, one of the things they were really pushing in BFA was the HVA thing. Oh, you know what? That's one thing Shadowlands has over BFA. There's no Horde versus Alliance bullcrap. I enjoy Metal Gear Solid 3 a lot, actually. But, you know, I don't know how to get up in this room. Let's just hang out for a minute, you know, chill. What's up, dude? Want a beer? Want a brewski? It's over here somewhere. It's okay, it's auto-aim, even though I can't see it. Bad game design canceling out other bad game design. stop shooting me for 5 seconds, please? Gotta kill you. Yeah, no, you're... Josh Strife Hayes managed to catapult to success in a shockingly short amount of time for a YouTuber. And has done pretty well for himself. He's already out of my pay grade. No country for old men like me. I mean, my favorite Kojima game is the one he had the least to do with, which I just mentioned, Metal Gear Solid 3. I actually vetoed, whatcha-fig, Death Stranding. And Death Stranding 2, whoops, is also vetoed. It was vetoed within seconds of it being announced. Revengeance, that's a good point. Had almost nothing to do with Kojima, and was pretty decent. Ah, damn it. Well, I killed the damn thing. I love the physics on this, really, I do. I wouldn't call David Cage an auteur so much as a hack. Who, you know, is also a horrible person. Oh, hey, an E-tank. Didn't know. The forbidden fruit. Is there even a reason to kill this guy? Well, anyways. Yeah, Krensler, yeah. For a bit of perspective, the first 2 E-tanks in Super are within 2 screens, well, 2 nodes, 2 door nodes of the start of the game. And now we're playing Xenoblade. I do, Raven King. Obviously. Game? Okay. Okay, I have no control over this. The game's just taking control away from me. There we go. Adam took the wheel. I mean, maybe the Wii would have melted Ice Destroyer. I don't know.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
Oh, wow, Raven King. I'll be shocked. Okay. Like ever, Yura? Like across the history of the ever? Remember, you can put that towards three things, Justin. Yeah, Richard Garriott, Alex. He's not a good game developer. And probably insane. And I don't mean that, like, mockingly or as a negative. Dude had some issues. He also was never a good game developer. We can just put that very bluntly. He got a lot of fame by virtue of being one of the first. But that's it. That's the only thing he had going for him. It became very clear very quickly as time moved on that Richard Garriott had no real skill as a developer, because everyone else was developing what an RPG could be, and he was stuck making Ultimas. Okay, so... Hang on. So that's going towards... STO. Doom block. Hang on. Doom block, and I missed a Strange New Worlds. Probably not Raven King, no. Okay, so a game I was really, really hyped for off the top of my head. Now, the thing that always comes to my mind is Fable. But there is actually a game I was extremely hyped for that actually paid it off. That was Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 got its hooks into me pretty hard. I was a very big StarCraft fan. Obviously, I've been playing the series since Warcraft 1, and... Okay. You know, I played the hell out of Warcraft 2, and I played the ever-living crap out of StarCraft. So when the Warcraft 3 demo came out as part of it... Oh my god, I didn't even see that. I was just bombing random spots on the wall. When I just started... you know, the demo came out, I was like, yeah, and I just... It was multiplayer only, no bots or anything, so I was just sitting there firing up matches just to experience, like, the units and the visuals and the music, and I was like, oh my god, it's so cool. And then when it came out, it was actually a good game, so hey, that was neat. I will never forget, I had just gotten home from school, and I sat down on the computer, and I fired up Warcraft 3, and I just sat there at the title screen. I even remember the song that played at the title screen. It's not the song that plays in the finished Warcraft 3. It was a different one. I'll play it for you real quick. Just because it'll involve not playing Metroid Other M for a few seconds. Well, I could use the break right about now. So hang on. This shouldn't take me long to find. If it does, I apologize. Nope, that's not it. Still not it. Nope. 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 Oh my god. Okay, hang on. This is going to bother me now. Now we're just stuck here. And definitely not because I want to do anything other than play this freaking game. There it is. This is it. This is the song that played at the title screen. And it's a great song to really get you hyped for something, right? The final title screen has bits and pieces of the original title screen in it. The original title screen was just a human castle with the peasants going roar and the soldiers going roar and then occasionally drinking. And if you pay attention to the actual Warcraft 3 title screen, that shot is still there, but it's over in the background. But yeah, this was the song that really, really got me pumped. Unlike this song. All right. See you around, Justin. Have a good one. Are there any other games that really got me hyped? Because I shared one that disappointed me, Fable, and I shared one that paid off, Warcraft 3. That's a valid point, Mr. Red. There's that horror movie thing again. Just rip. Look at this! Look at this! Oh, hey, it's James Pierce.
Hey, Samus.
You can always recognize him because he's got the porn stash, by the way.
Where's Lyle?
Looks like he's late. Huh?
Hey. The CPU seems to have self-destructed. The central system is broken into parts, but I think I might be able to restore it and recover some of the data. Let's try it.
By the way, that's Anthony.
Like the CO said, there might be some pretty crucial information hidden here. Well, while Maurice here is working his magic, the rest of us should search this building. Am I right?
Got it.
Hey, Princess. Does this view bring back any memories?
Like a 5-minute cutscene? Sure.
It's like the training grounds of the Galactic Federation.
Wow. The whole galaxy's Federation has one training grounds. And then we just go to here. What? It's a really weird cutscene. But it wasn't as bad as most of the recent ones, which is probably sad. Okay, so so I said this earlier. There are like 5 main plots in this game, which is another reason the story sucks, by the way. And one of them is there's this guy. They haven't even brought this plot up yet, actually. It's called the Deleter. And the Deleter is one of the Marines who was sent here to cover up what the Federation has been up to. Okay? With me? Now, the Deleter plot is often considered the worst plot of the 5 or 8 or 15 or whatever it is by far for a lot of reasons. One of which is they never actually pay off the plot. What happens is there's a lot of screen time and a lot of work spent on who is the one. Who is actually the one behind it. And then it stops dead. And if you're not paying attention to the background, you'll never notice that he actually died to something else much later in the game. I'm not even sure I'm going to spot it, but I'll try to point it out when we get there, assuming I spot it. So the plot, like a huge amount of screen time is spent on it, and then it's just dropped instantly. Now here's the catch. If you're paying attention, you may have noticed the game never tells you who the Deleter is. It was, and obviously, Fans speculated about it for years, but you know how this kind of rabbit hole goes. It was not until several years later that they finally 100% confirmed, I believe in the art book, exactly who the deleter was. And yeah, it's Porn Stash. I don't even feel like that's a spoiler. And that's why I found that so funny. Several of you have never actually played this game before or seen this game, and it's so immediately obvious. It's so apparent that Porn Stash is the deleter. I apologize for spoiling something that's never actually fulfilled in the game, but wow. Like, even in this scene, he's like, fiddle, fiddle, fiddle. Oh, hey, what's up, Samus? And then they come in and they go right to the same console he was just at. Oh my god, the CPU's been deleted. And I know I've talked before about how foreshadowing shouldn't be too esoteric, because you want your audience to pick up on it. But there's a difference between leaving clues and ridiculously obvious, you know? Why am I still stuck in this stupid mode? Oh my god, I'm still stuck in the mode. Yeah, that would have been funny to quit if they leaned into it properly. Seriously, can I please stop being stuck in this stupid mode? I can't. This is just my life. Is game? Not really, Yura. They tried that with Warcraft 3. And then they moved into other things. Seriously, can we please? Please, game? This is, by the way, for those of you not aware, the controls are different when you're in this mode. It's tank controls. So this is right and left when you're in these controls. Now you may or may not noticed you can't hit right without also going forward. And yes, that's exactly as awkward as it sounds. So controlling this mode kinda sucks. So if you wonder why we're a little wobbly, that's why. Okay, can we get okay, I'm just gonna leave you guys, I guess. Wait, hang on. Is that Porn Stash? Because if so, I'm about to leave the deleter in the room with another person by himself. Wow, they're just rapid-firing bosses at me, aren't they? Oh my god, I'm still stuck in dumb mode. And of course the music stops, so there's probably going to be a jump scare in about a second. Oh my god, I'm so shocked by this. Did you catch how small that thing was I had to scan him?
Adam, are you seeing this? It's a Zebesian, but it's been cybernetically enhanced. What is this thing?
I don't know. Continue your investigation.
Everyone, gather round.
Now we can move.
All right. So I managed to recover one piece of data. This bottle ship is under management of the Galactic Federation. In these facilities, life forms from each planet have been raised and researched as possible bioweapons. Site manager and development director, Dr. Madeline Bergman.
Adam, was the Galactic Federation experimenting with bioweapons?
Looks like it.
Use of bioweapons is strictly prohibited.
Of course it is. What's happened here is illegal.
Who is Madeline Bergman?
Must be the person in charge here. Is that all you got?
I didn't need to press Adam about it any further. I knew his mind. Not only was he a strong opponent of bioweapons, he was against the use of living things for unnecessary reasons, period. Life, no matter what form it takes as it's born into this often cruel universe, should not be tampered with. That was Adam's philosophy. In bringing the infant Metroid back, I did something that I know would have gone against his convictions. And though I might have been left alone, it was a clear and blatant violation of protocol. I wondered what Adam thought of me.
Oh my god.
Out of nowhere, I suddenly found myself concerned with his opinion again.
I've almost gotten it completely restored.
This camera is legitimately nauseating.
This thing with a seriously sophisticated security system. If I can't get past it, James, that'll be where you come in.
Leave it to me. Shouldn't be a problem to hack into this thing. I mean, it might tell us what exactly was going on here. Looks like this might take some time now.
Madeline might still be somewhere in this building. Keep scouting for more intel. Let's go.
And once again, porn stash. Being a man. Being a thing. An idiot, Trihexia. Well, don't worry, we actually meet him at the end of the game, if I'm remembering correctly. It's actually both, Alex. The story is slightly better. That is to say, the presentation is slightly better in Japanese. But I'll stress that word slightly. It's like this. In English, she's suffering from PTSD, and she is pining for senpai as a fatherly figure, not as a romantic kind of a thing. In Japanese, she's having a midlife crisis and wanting to find her identity through senpai. Oh, and in both versions, she's, kind and soft and moe, for lack of a better way to put that. Yeah, by the way, I did my homework for this one. Of course I did, it's Metroid. God. The PTSD thing in particular was a invention for the English version. But again, we'll talk more about that much later. How old is she? I don't actually know. 20-something? I mean, she's part Chozo. And at this point in time, she's also part Metroid. So, I guess she's not really part Metroid at this point. She's part Phazon at this point. Because this is after the Primes. But remember, those don't exist. I guess she doesn't become part Metroid until Fusion. My bad, so never mind. Because this is Samus almost at the end of her characterization, Mr. Nuclear. If she was... no, unfortunately, ISD. Super goes... Super, and then there's a gap. And then that goes into this, and then this goes into Fusion. And then Fusion goes into Dread. That's the story. That's the timeline. The reason I consider PTSD worse is because it's badly done, and it's character assassination. This is Samus Aran after she's destroyed at least 3 planets that we know of. Let me double check in my head. Yes, 3 at this point in time. She has literally saved the galaxy during the Prime trilogy. She has gone through a great deal, and she's Samus. Like, I'm sorry to say this as bluntly as I possibly can, but if she was gonna have PTSD, she would have had it back over here. Like, after 1. That I would have kind of tracked. But yeah, admittedly, her going through a midlife crisis, however old she is also just kind of... For those of you who were there during Metroid Dread, I'm going to count this time around. Because I like to count how many times we destroy planets. By the time of Dread, the number is 5, for the record. Okay, sorry, moving on. Oh, actually, I should write down a few more negatives while we're here. You know, I don't mind a linear Metroid, really. I'm actually fully in favor of the concept. Fusion, good example. But even a even a linear platformer needs to have good connective tissue and level design. And this does not. Something that'll come up during the Zeldas as well. Here we go. No, that's not it. Where's the... that's Prime 3, Dryhexia. Well, the sound went away. Sorry, one second. I'm trying to find... Here we go. Groganch? Groganch, there we go. Apparently we fight Groganch 3 times, Asborian 5 times, and Redogian 6 times. Jesus. Fusion did horror very well, did Dread very, very well. I actually 100% agree with that. The X-Parasites were kind of a late-game invention, but they did a lot with them in a very short period of time. And, yeah, I'll talk more about that when we get there. Okay, sorry about that. Back into it. Oh my god, right! I forgot to give a negative for this, too. Gotta give those negatives. Gotta give them. I mean, the Chozo did build her up to be a warrior, but yeah, she, like every other FF character, I mean, Japanese character, is entirely too young. It's really funny to me because, like, her age doesn't have to be that young. She is quite literally superhuman and part alien. Her age is a non-factor. It would not be hard to say that she's 50 or 80 or 600 or 30, you know, just about any number you can think of, because she's part alien in a super science future while we're on the subject, so we don't even know what kind of age ranges people have. Can I please actually walk? I mean, why wouldn't she, Baron? Especially after Dread. Okay, so like... Please, can I do something other than this slow walk? Oh no, it's whatever those are. What?
Get back!
I want all the soldiers to evacuate this area. Samus, your orders are to take care of all enemy targets.
Samus!
Oh, it's a bit of deja vu here. Yeah, enjoy about as much presence as the space pirates have in this one. Not that I mind that. That's another thing I like. They don't feel shackled to the space pirates any more than they feel shackled to the Metroids. Honestly, the Space Pirates, good afternoon, Evo. Should probably not even be in the franchise post-Super. For being blunt. Timeline-wise. Yeah, Mr. Red could easily crush Samus. I mean, are you kidding me? Look at her, she's only got 2 health thungs. And Adam hasn't authorized her to beat Mr. Red. Think about it. I can ask the same of you, Eva. That'd be... Yep, she would rather die than risk the rock. Oh my god! Why is it pushing me back into this mode? Game, I'm gonna give you a second negative for this goddamn mode if you don't let me actually walk. Like, is this me? Do I have the controls wrong? No? No? Okay. I don't know, Czar. Real talk, I don't know. I have given up all hope. There is no future. There is only Metroid Other M. Yeah, as I said before, you know the greatest crime of Other M? It was deliberate. If you look at a lot of the worst games we've ever covered and reviewed, most of them were games that were screw-ups. Mistakes, flaws. That was not the game they wanted to make, right? Yeah, Sonic 06, great example. Terrible game, complete accident. Secret of the Stars would qualify. Devil May Cry 2, Mega Man X7.
Up there!
Yeah, even Kingsfield 4. One of the only games we've covered that was deliberately as awful as it is Starfield. Gotta save Anthony. This is such a dumb scene. Are we seriously already to the next boss fight? I kind of hope Anthony shows up in the future, and I mean that with sincerity. Game. 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 I don't know what you want from me, game. I'm hitting every button now, just randomly, because I have no idea what it wants from me. I can't aim. Wait. Now I can aim. I can only aim for a second. Where was it? There. There. I can aim. Kinda? What in God's name? That was really weird. It's still really weird. Like, it's still not working part of the time. I don't know what's happening here. Well, either way, we're dead. Oh, yeah, now you see, Russ. Now you understand. No, I think I have now figured out why it's weird. But I'm not sure why it's doing that. So when I go into first-person mode, obviously the controls change because I'm in first-person mode. The problem is, that's not first-person mode. I know what you're going to say, but it isn't. It's actually being treated... The control scheme is the same as regular moving around mode instead of first-person mode. And so I have to actually hit a toggle to then be able to lock on and then move around as if in first person while holding down the toggle. Otherwise, I can't actually navigate the thing. That's why nothing was happening. I was just sitting there dying. There we go. So now, this is actually quite uncomfortable. It's also... There we go. Now, in fairness, this is kind of a weird one, because this is kind of an emulator issue, but it is also very much a design issue. The fact that this is not first-person mode is very strange. Like, you see how it's just not locking on sometimes at all? And now it's working just fine. Everything's fine. This is... Even if this was working perfectly, this is functionally a QTE. This is a terrible encounter design. I cannot believe that this is the equivalent of a fight. I am shocked. I am shocked that this is considered acceptable to be in a video game. Never mind a Metroid game. I'm starting to think Metroid 1 is going to beat Other M, and that is pathetic. If I could just be blunt about that for a second. Oh my god. Yeah, Metroid 1 was an experimental game made in the late 80s. That pushed the hardware to its absolute limit. And was literally trying to invent game design. Yeah, Metroid 1 was an extraordinarily innovative game from a purely code perspective. It paved the way for literally hundreds of games that came after it. Oh, thanks. Thanks for that game. How much health do you have? This is insanity. Oh my god. This is a boss fight. Ow. Thank you, Anthony, for being a freaking bro. Kind of wish you did that a minute ago, but, you know, you probably needed authorization. Oh.
You okay, princess? I wanted to give you some cover earlier, but this thing takes forever to charge. I'll save the next shot for you. Not that you'll need it.
Hey! Come over here!
You see what I mean? He's not like a great character, but he's better than everyone else.
Lyle's down. He looks like a pile of rags. What's gotta happen to a guy to make him look like that?
You tell me, guy who murdered him. You, Jacques. Game, what are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, this is the one! This is the one! No, Czar. Okay, what do you do? For those of you, everyone who's played this game, shush. Everyone who's played this game, shush. What do you do? It's one of the explore sequences, so we have to find the pixel. What pixel are we looking for? Tell me how to progress. I had to look up a walkthrough for this one. Just gonna admit that. Just gonna admit that nice and honest like. Now here's the deal, you gotta understand this. Obviously, so Baron just gave it away completely. Thanks for that, Baron. But, so, there's several things you can interact with, and the whole game has been requiring really, really tiny spots. Like, you have to get the one specific spot, so it's very much pixel hunting, right? So, you just sit here and you think, okay, I've got to figure out what's going on with him, or maybe one of the guns, or maybe, oh, by the way, look at how terrible the texture is on his gun. Anyways, so you're trying to figure out, like, what's going on? How do you find it? How do you find it? So clearly it's like something here, or maybe it's up here. Almost every one of these explore sequences have been unique, or unique's the wrong word. They've been the same. They've all been the same in the same way. You're in a cone, right? You can only look in this area. We can actually turn around this time. So now we can look anywhere at that. And that's the thing that actually allows us to progress. Nothing indicates you can turn around, and it's contradictory because the whole game has not allowed you to turn around. It's a Wii game, but you're right.
An empty shell.
Looks like that monster from earlier infiltrated Sector 3. Samus, follow it.
And yet, to be very clear, that green was a lot more obvious than it should be. Trust me when I say, when you're playing this on the Wii, on, just hooked up with the cables, that green is indistinct as crap. I will never forget actually going through this part of the game, being stuck here for way too freaking long, finally looking it up, because this was well into the era of the game facts at this point, being like, oh, it's behind me. Didn't realize I could turn around. Turning around and not seeing it still. Gary can back me up on this because he was sitting right next to me and we were both just staring at the screen like, where the hell is it? And yeah, this is a 480i on composites. Ugh. Yeah, something you know what really pisses me off? This is Metroid. And I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, but no. Metroid is king of visual distinction. It's something they are consistently excellent at. I usually kind of categorize this thing under guidance and flow. You can see just based on the level design, on the color usage, on what's distinct and what's not, on what has an outline, where you can go and what you can do. And that's even true in Metroid 1. That's even true in Metroid 2, which is on the frickin' Game Boy. And Super is king of that kind of a thing. Screwing up one of the fundamentals of your franchise pisses me off. I don't care if you do something different, but you better do something good. Oh, I thought I was suppress that later, but god dang it. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and cut off as soon as we get to the next save point, because I've been streaming for a bit. I need a minute, you know? I'm not even sure, like, what pace we're making here. Let me double check something, actually. I'm not sure 100% how long this game is. Let me double check something here. Okay, so that counts as that fight. So we are 6 bosses into the game. Are we seriously about to fight another boss?
It was clear that the Galactic Federation was developing bioweapons on the bottle ship.
Yeah? We've known that twice before now. Jesus Christ. Samus.
Regardless, I knew I had to talk to the person in charge. Madeline Bergman.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, too.
She would have to be alive in order for me to do that.
Huh? Yeah, there's no necromancy in the setting yet. Although, actually, there's a asterisk on that.
Samus, start by searching areas you can access with your current equipment. We'll determine weapon and equipment authorization after we get a better understanding of the situation.
What the hell? I've heard many times, Yeehaw, that, you know, skip the story, play the gameplay, right? And I'll admit, I had no real opinion of that perspective. Until today, basically. I had a vague memory of the combat being, yeah, okay. And again, I never even beat the game, so... Oh. Are we here? Is this the part we're at? Look at that wonderful texture on that lava, by the way. Just soak that up. Just soak it up for a second. Take it in. Take it in. That's the spicy meatball. She's probably wondering what I was just on about. What? What? There's no dash, by the way. I was just running full tilt and died. Anyways, yes, this is... If this is the spot I think it is, this will be a perfect time to cut off. I have not given a plus to brickwork to a Metroid game, Evo. To a Metroid game. I give pluses to Mega Man's, to Mario's, to Sonic's when we get there. But Metroids are the kings of visual storytelling. They have been for many, many years. Yeah, honestly, going back to Super, but still. Okay, so the only thing I did differently there, by the way, was tap left instead of hold, or sorry, tap right instead of holding right. Oh no, Dread got plenty, and we'll get more when we go back through Dread, because screw it. This game does not get pluses to brickwork. Look at this screen right here. Ignore the lava for a second. Look at this screen. Look at how incredibly generic this is. Because there is no design to this, or any portion of the station. It's just metal. Like, you are much more capable of telling me how awful this looks. But even I, an amateur like myself, can look at this and say, this is not good visual design. It's functional, is the word I would use. You know, yeah, Cashel, I think I would agree with that. Oh, thank God, here's the save point.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated.
And yeah, I think Takoida is correct. The Federation was invented for fusion.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
And I'm glad you like it, Metroid. The Federation was functionally like the Federation is actually mentioned in Metroid 1, but like in the most generic possible way. The Federation as a polity was invented in Fusion, and only really has had any presence in Fusion, Prime 3, and Other M. 3 games out of the franchise. And yeah, they've never really sat down and designed them. The Space Pirates have a look to them. The Zebesians have a look to them, and so do several other the creatures we encounter along the way, like the Luminoth, for example. But the Federation are just here. The closest thing we've ever seen to a look for them is probably in Dread, and I want to talk about that specifically. Yeah, the Ing is another good example. Now, hang on. Before I cut off, I just want to see something really quick. Just really quick. Just really quick. We just saved. And, it's the door. Okay, now the door's open. God, how linear do you have to be that you have to go save? Okay, here we go. Yep, no, this is it. So this is a fiery area. You'll notice I'm taking damage from the fire that this area has, because this is a fiery area. I am currently on fire. Yeah, you know what? Could you just post the picture for anybody to click, Takoida? Because that would be awesome if you could do that, please. Please keep in mind that we are currently running through this area. And also keep in mind, Adam is watching us while we're doing this. We know he's got his vision on us. So he's watching, and we're rushing through this while being attacked by this flame monster, okay? While on fire. Let me combat for a second, by which I mean awkwardly jump onto enemies, and then awkwardly jump onto enemies some more.
Looks like the normal beam won't have any impact on the enemies around here. Samus, use your ice beam.
Oh, am I authorized to use my ice beam? Ignore that. Everything's fine. And yes, the authorization feature. So we talked about this earlier. I'm not going to repeat all of my rambling. We have all of the gear and kit to deal with all of these problems already, canonically and in lore. But we have decided not to use them in order to appease Daddy, because he has said we're not authorized to use it. So, if you paid attention to that, we had the ice beam. We've had the ice beam the entire time. But we were like, no, we won't use it, because he said we can't. Yes, you see, even though we were raised by the Chozo after our parents were killed by the space pirates, we think of some random military dude we were with for maybe a couple of years, at the high end, as our father figure. Because for reasons known only to Sakamoto, he really wanted to do something with this Adam character. You'll notice 3 of the games, in fact 100% of the games he's worked on in the last, like, decade, have all featured Adam to some extent or another. And again, notice that that was once again a red door. I don't want to say Adam's a self-insert, but it's really common that a creator really likes one particular character and then overuses them as a consequence of that. That's actually normal. Hey, we're taking damage from the fire again. Damn it, come on. Yeah, come on. Honestly, I'm with Cashel. I think Adam could have worked as a character. He just doesn't. Okay, so this is a weird bug that keeps happening. I think this is actually an emulator issue, so I'm not going to ding the game for it. Every now and again, I aim, and I try to fire, and I can't. I have no idea what's happening here. What's a third button? Listen, we need this game to be accessible to everyone, just like the NES was to me when I was a kid. And yes, Dolphin has been problematic to get this game working. And I'm like 90% certain this is the method to progress. So we're going to try to bullcrap this. There. Nope, that didn't work. This might work, though. There! Oh my god. Listen, food is for the weak.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated.
All that to open a door. There's actually a specific scene I kind of wanted to do first. But I thought it was right where we just did it, and it wasn't. Oh, hey, we're on fire again. This is now the second area, third technically, that we're going through that has, you know, lava that we're just actively burning to death in. I just want that to really sink in. Really understand what's going on here. And yeah, if you've been paying attention, yes, we do have the armor to prevent heat damage on us. I've actually heard people defend this by saying that Adam was just too distracted, looking at everyone else, and we were the ones who were responsible for running through that. But that's 2 lengthy, separate areas we've gone through, where we could have used the goddamn armor, the various suit, in order to avoid that. And we decided not to, for whatever stupid reason. Yeah, you can make an argument. A crap argument, but an argument about the weapons. Even the power bomb thing, which he overemphasized, makes sense, right? Power bombs will tear this station to shreds. They're power bombs. Sure. Yeah, I cannot be the only person who has always liked Samus as a character. And then I played this game. And then I promptly ejected it from my headcanon. Hang on, back to burning to death. Third zone, by the way. Third area. Where we're burning to death in. So the argument is just getting flimsier by the second. Agreed, IS Destroyer. They do in Dread. At least I think they do. Ugh. She had very little dialogue for this game. Mostly her characterization was in her actions. You know, like the rest of Metroid was characterized. By showing and not telling. Yeah, the Doom Guy comparison is valid. If you've played Doom 4 or 5, you know the Doom Guy actually has a decent amount of characterization, despite never speaking a word. Well, yeah, okay, yes, I know technically he does speak a couple words, but you get my point. Up, okay. Patronizing. In every sense of the word. And now the lava's rising. We're still taking lava damage. This is our fourth, I think, area? I've kind of lost track. Because we keep going through these flame areas. It's interesting how many of them there are. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I only remembered the one. So I'm a little shocked that there's this many. Remember, we have the tech on us to be able to deal with this.
Samus, activate the Varia feature on your suit to protect yourself from heat damage.
Oh, well, if you insist! Now! Now is when you decide. That scene, there's a lot of terrible scenes in this game. That one is usually listed as one of the worst. For pretty obvious reasons. And yeah, it's just a toggle. Boop. No, no, don't, no, 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 no! Why are the controls so bad? Can you not be in this mode? Okay, cool. No, stop being in that mode. Oh my god! Why are you so terrible? Get out of the mode! Get out! I agree with you completely, Lord. That's actually a great comparison. This is like if the creators looked at Ratchet and Clank and then had no idea how to make that work. Well, you see, Maz. I have no idea. I got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. I like how much of this fight is pure QTE, by the way. I do appreciate having a boss health bar, though. I'll give you that. You, like, do the hand thing, please? No, aim at the hand? And we're dead. Do I want to continue? Do I really want to continue? Damn it, Grand Spectre. No! No! Don't kill me, Grand Spectre. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. No, the checkpoints are actually one of the few truly good things about this game. No asterisk, no additional thing. Good checkpoint design, plus to gameplay. Probably multiple pluses, honestly. He worked on 2 Metroid games after this. Both of which are good. The difference, I have no idea. I legitimately don't know what changed. Something changed. Because Samus Returns is pretty solid. And Dread is amazing. Probably going to be the best scoring of the Metroids. I like how those cutscenes actually kill my charge, by the way. Have you noticed that? Every time there's any kind of cutscene, it actually resets my charge. Just put that out there. Like that right there. And I have to charge for this attack. Yes, Ross, but as I talked about earlier, the primes are so much their own thing, and I think there's a little bit of professional elitism about that. I could be wrong. But the other games almost excessively go out of their way to ignore the primes. Including this one. That is possible, Cashel. I don't want to crap too much on Sakamoto, even though he's almost universally responsible for the mess that we're playing right now. Oh, plenty of times, Evo. That's normal. You kidding me? Hell, I quit Mega Man 9 over that. Okay, so we have successfully unlocked the Varia suit because Daddy said it was okay. And yes, I'm going to say that as insultingly as possible. Because that really was the only reason. Yeah, can we turn on the gravity suit? We've already encountered a few areas where it would be useful. How about our super missiles, maybe? Okay. How about the, like, the wave beam? Spazer, maybe? Something. And yeah, to be clear, Euro's correct. Metroid Prime 1, the original, doesn't actually look super great in terms of textures. I think the visuals look fine, but the textures, not so much. It's better than this. However, Metroid Prime 1 Remaster, they cleaned that up a lot. God.
Samus, continue your investigation of that sector.
Oh, do I have to? Daddy? Is that something you're going to allow? Is for me to continue my investigation in this sector? Okay, getting hit also resets your charge. That's another weird thing. But yeah, I will freely admit I'm one of those idiots. Well, I shouldn't say that as if other people are idiots. I was an idiot in that when I first saw the footage of Remaster, Metroid Prime 1 Restore, my first thought was, that's it? And then, you know, I actually went back and looked at the original. And yeah. Okay. That is a good pause point. Oh, I hope so too, Baron. They won't, of course, but it'd be nice. Yeah, Samus is like, oh, I'm out. Peace. Don't you want like the support and love and respect of your father? No. No, I don't. I'm just jotting down some negatives. Don't mind me. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.